Chapter 2363. When Wang Yong said that at least a few of the Dao sect masters were speechless. Yang Chan indeed didn't say it clearly, but the actual benefits were obtained by them. This was undeniable. In addition, the few of you don't pretend to be indignant here. Since the opponent had already made a move, Grandmaster Wang Yong wasn't afraid of offending them. The few sects that are occupying the other places, don't tell me that they aren't your subsidiary sect. His words were directly directed at the few demon sects. These guys clearly got benefits from Yangqin, but they still wanted to use these to frame Yangqin. They had never seen such shameless people. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the faces of the Ghost In sect and Ghost sect masters. The few old guys' lips pouted a few times, but in the end, they couldn't say anything to deny it. Who were the people present? How could they be deceived? There was no point in denying it. However, these few old guys of the demon sects were indeed thick-skinned. As the demon sect masters, if they couldn't even bear this little bit of ridicule, they would have been killed and buried countless times. In the face of Grandmaster Wang Yong's ridicule, they just curled their lips and didn't say anything. The scene began to fall silent. No one spoke again. Grandmaster Wang Yong was about to say something, but he saw that the important sect masters, including the island master, were listening attentively. He wasn't someone who didn't know the depth of things, so he immediately controlled his mouth and didn't speak again, lest he was sealed again. There was no other possibility than those golden immortal grandmasters who could send a message to these sect masters at this time. This wasn't the time to completely fall out with them. The venue of the Joint Command Conference had always been within the range of the golden immortal grandmasters' divine senses. They had heard everything that had happened in the Joint Command Conference from the beginning to the end. This conference had never been guarded against these golden immortal grandmasters. The Ghost In sect, Ghost sect, and several other golden immortal experts of the other sect had already openly admitted their greed for Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map in front of the other golden immortal experts. This was obvious. Even if they didn't admit it, everyone could see it clearly. But they also knew very well that if they wanted to make a move against Yangqin, the opinions of those golden immortals, who also came from the immortal world, were also very important. Even if he couldn't get them to agree, he had to get them to stay out of it. Otherwise, if internal strife broke out, they wouldn't be planning to deal with the Zhao clan, but would be making contributions to the Zhao clan. Let's get straight to the point. In addition to the geographical map of mountains and rivers, there is another thing that we have to do with the Chunyang Palace. At this point, these guys simply threw caution to the wind and dragged one down with them. Chunyang Palace has accepted the disciples of Xiantian sect. This is the most unreassuring thing about them. At the mention of the Black Heaven sect disciples, none of the cultivators present spoke again. The Black Heaven Gate had always been a thorn in the hearts of the major sect, from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm to the celestial realm. Especially after the extermination of the Taishaman in the mortal realm, all parties had been on guard against the Black Heaven Gate, intentionally or unintentionally. They were all cultivators, and they all knew that the future was long. They all knew that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. No sect would believe that the Black Heaven Gate would let go of the hatred of the extermination of the Taishaman and not pursue it. There would always be a day when this matter would be settled. There was originally a Black Heaven Gate in the mortal realm, but it was later exterminated. Only then did the masters of the Black Heaven Gate use the name of the Taishaman to rise again. After returning to the clan, they didn't change the name of the Taishaman. This was a way to take warning. This matter was clear in the hearts of the major super sect. The sect that had exterminated the Black Heaven Gate in the mortal realm had now become history. The Black Heaven Gate had never intended to let them go. Now that even the Black Heaven Gate in the spiritual realm had been exterminated, one could imagine how furious the Black Heaven Gate in the immortal realm would be and what kind of consequences it would bring. Although this matter had nothing to do with the major sect, and even the extermination of the Taishaman in the mortal realm could be said to have been played to death by the Black Heaven Gate's own disciple, Yanglan. At that time, the major sect had participated in the battle to besiege the Black Heaven Gate. Logically speaking, this kind of hatred should have nothing to do with the major sect, provided that the Black Heaven Gate in the immortal realm was willing to reason with everyone. But now, who could guarantee that the Black Heaven Gate in the immortal realm was a reasonable sect? Why did those disciples of the Black Heaven Gate switch to Chunying Palace, worship the ancestor of Chunying Palace, and make a heart demon oath to have nothing to do with the Black Heaven Gate? Wasn't it because Sect Masterly considered that if he didn't do this, he might not even be able to keep the lives of those disciples? So he had no choice but to do so? At that time, what would the major sect do? As long as this group of Black Heaven Gate disciples ascended to the immortal realm one after another, it would always make the senior members of the Black Heaven Gate remember those unpleasant past events. Once some things were done, they couldn't go back. At that time, the major sect thought that this was a good way. It not only settled those Black Heaven Gate disciples, but it also didn't need to bear the reputation of killing these Black Heaven Gate disciples. It seemed appropriate, but there were still hidden dangers in the end. It stood to reason that since these Black Heaven Gate disciples had already joined Chunying Palace, worshipped the ancestor of Chunying Palace, and made a heart demon oath, all parties should believe that they would not pose a threat to them. But the principle was the same. The Black Heaven Gate might not be a reasonable sect, and as a super sect, which one of the major sects was really reasonable. Who knew if those disciples would still think about the Black Heaven Gate and find an opportunity to fight back? So many Black Heaven Gate disciples who were domineering favorites of the spiritual realm not long ago suddenly became obedient when they came to Chunying Palace. If they were told to do closed-door training, they would do it, and if they were told not to go out, they would not go out. This situation was the most terrible. Right now was an excellent opportunity to use Yang Chen's uncooperative reason to make a move on the entire Chunying Palace and take the opportunity to end this big trouble. Anyway, there was selfishness and a little bit of fairness. In fact, most of it was greed, which led to the current situation. These words could be said to the sect masters of each sect, but they couldn't be heard by Wang Yong. This was also the scene in the Joint Command Conference. Whether you support or oppose it, we're going to do it anyway. The Golden Immortal Grandmasters of the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect had already made their positions clear, almost forcing all parties to make a statement. What are you going to do? If you really can't do it, we understand. You can choose to watch from the sidelines. If you really oppose it, then we can only compete with each other first. The naked attitude was there, and the words had also been made clear. Now, it was left for the Golden Immortal Grandmasters and sect masters of each sect to make their own choice. Chapter 2364. Sometimes things were so strange. When you tried your best, you might not get the desired result. If you didn't hide your intentions, there would be an unexpected surprise. At least now, the sect leader of the Ghostine sect was a little surprised. He had used all kinds of reasons before, but he couldn't get the support of the Joint Command. But now that the Golden Immortal Grandmaster had exposed his greed and ambition, he had an unexpected gain. Although he still didn't get the consent and support of the Joint Command, he wasn't stopped by the Joint Command. They didn't support it, but they didn't oppose it, which was already a huge improvement. At least when they made their move, no one would come forward to stop them. It should be easy for a few Golden Immortal Grandmasters to deal with a few juniors in the Xian Immortal stage. When they had Gong Suanling's geographical map in their hands, Chunying Palace would be a dish that they could eat whenever they wanted. Originally, the matter was basically settled. With the tacit consent of the sect of the Joint Command, there would be no change. But still, there was no absolute in the world, and variables still happened. The Golden Immortal Grandmasters of the Dao sect, after weighing the pros and cons, chose to wait and see. They didn't support it or oppose it, because Yang Qin couldn't guarantee that the Xiantian sect wouldn't pursue the responsibility of the major sect after they arrived in the immortal world. Similarly, the Golden Immortal Grandmaster of the Yin Yang Demon School also chose to wait and see. Although Lady Fanghua was Yang Chen's concubines, the reason was basically the same. The Golden Immortal Grandmaster of the Reincarnation Valley didn't even have such a relationship, so he also chose to wait and see. Although the Dao sect and the Yin Yang Demon School were related to Yang Chen by marriage, in the face of such a major event related to the interests of the sect, they had already given enough face by not standing on the opposite side of Yang Chen. Sometimes, cultivators were more realistic than mortals. But, surprisingly, Elder Su of the Wuji Demon School had been standing on Yang Chen's side from the beginning to the end, unwavering. Even several Golden Immortal Masters joined forces to persuade him for a long time. But Elder Su didn't change his mind. If it was not necessary, no one wanted the Golden Immortal Elders to fight amongst themselves. The few Golden Immortal experts tried their best to persuade Elder Su, but they still couldn't get Elder Su to agree. The relationship between Yang Chen and Wuji Demon School was only that the son of the next leader of the school was Yang Chen's direct disciple. It was far from being close to the relationship between Taoism and Yin Yang Demon School. However, Elder Su was like a tortoise eating a weight on a steelyard scale. He was determined to not agree, no matter what. Was it because of Yang Chen's elixir? At this point, everyone felt that it was a pity. Yang Chen was now a 7th grade alchemist. In the future, it was very possible for him to become an 8th grade alchemist or even break through to 9th grade. However, if they wanted to seize Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map, they couldn't avoid Yang Chen. They were afraid that Master Yang might not have a good ending. After all, he had to face so many Golden Immortal ancestors. Even the sect master of Wuji Demon School felt a little strange. Since his Golden Immortal ancestor came to the lower realm, he had always been a smart person. Why did he make a mistake on this matter? But on second thought, he had always been a smart person. How could he make a mistake on this matter? There must be some secrets that he couldn't know. As a sect master, there was no fool. The sect master of Wuji Demon School didn't say anything and took his Golden Immortal ancestor as the standard. His will was the decision of the Wuji Demon School. However, for the Golden Immortal ancestor of the Ghostine sect, this was already a huge improvement. Originally, there were 7 Golden Immortal Masters who opposed them, but now there was only one. The resistance had been greatly reduced. Even if Elder Yao of the Black Tortoise Academy was added, there were only 2 of them. They had an absolute advantage in numbers. Don't forget, Master Yang still has Elder Yao of the Black Tortoise Academy, an unknown Golden Immortal Master, and at least 2 Golden Immortals of the Dragon Clan. Elder Su didn't want all this to happen, so he tried to dissuade them. His way of dissuading them was to directly tell everyone about the powerful assistance around Yang Chen. Several Golden Immortal Masters who were tempted pondered. They were dazzled by the Mountain River geographical map and didn't care so much about it. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed a little reckless. Master Yang personally killed at least 2 Golden Immortals of the Zhao family. Elder Su didn't forget to add on, when we rushed to the Black Heaven sect, at least 6 to 8 Golden Immortals of the Zhao family died in the hands of Master Yang. Of course, you must remember that Master Yang still has the thing he got from the Immortal beheading platform. Elder Su looked at the changing expressions on these guys' faces and wanted to laugh. Maybe it's the Immortal beheading saber, or maybe it's something else. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it must be very powerful. By the way, don't forget the Mountain River geographical map. Elder Su sneered in his heart and reminded them, if you make a move, you must think of a way to be stronger than Zhou Sheng's self-destruction. Otherwise, I'm afraid with the Mountain River geographical map protecting him, your attacks won't even reach Master Yang. These words could only be heard by those Golden Immortal Masters. The sect leaders at the Joint Command Center hadn't received this news yet, and were still waiting for their respective Golden Immortal Patriarchs to make a decision. The Golden Immortal Masters led by the Ghost Een sect's Golden Immortal Masters, were covered in cold sweat. After all their calculations, they actually missed out on Yang Chen's powerful strength. They even forgot to take into account the Mountain River geographical map that they had been eyeing. If they really fought, just the Mountain River geographical map alone could make them defenseless. How could they fight then? Elder Su was still sneering in his heart. He didn't even mention that mysterious woman. Didn't you see Master Yang's filial piety and respectful attitude? With Master Yang's experience in the Immortal slaying platform, it would be strange if he didn't know who that woman was. Ask around the world, how many people could make Master Yang worship like an ancestor? Even to the golden immortals of the lower realms. When had Master Yang ever had much respect from the bottom of his heart? The few golden immortals from the Tao sect, Yin Yang Demon School, and Samsara Valley who had supported Yang Qin before but chose to watch from the sidelines were also having a change of expression. They were constantly weighing in their hearts about how they should handle this matter. Should they unswervingly stand on Yang Chen's side like Elder Su, or continue to watch from the sidelines? If they chose a side directly, they would inevitably offend someone. No matter which side they chose, they would definitely offend the other side. It seemed that the best thing to do now was to not help either side and continue to watch from the sidelines. Even if Yang Qin knew about it, he couldn't vent his anger on them. Yang Chan himself had watched from the sidelines during the Devil Tribulation, so it was understandable for others to do the same. It would only affect the strength of cooperation. As long as the wives and concubines of Yang Chen's sect's female disciples were there, it would be a simple matter to repair the relationship. It was still the same saying, cultivators were more realistic than mortals. Chapter 2365. 7 Golden Immortal Masters would not be frightened by Elder Su's words. If that was the case, they would not be able to survive in the spiritual world in the future. After plotting for so long, they were scared off by a few words. It was so shameful. It was a matter of face and huge interests. How could anyone shrink back? The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. It was estimated that the Golden Immortal Master of the Ghost Een sect wanted the risk to be higher so that he could get the most benefits. Gong, Suanling's Mountain River geographical map, was a problem. Once it was used, there would be a big problem. After all, almost most of the Xian Immortal Masters of the sect who participated in the battle with the Zhao family were in the Mountain River geographical map. If they wanted to plot the Mountain River geographical map, they must consider that if Gong Sunling put all her eggs in one basket or refused to agree, these people would be used as blackmail. Therefore, from the beginning, the Golden Immortal Masters of the Ghost Een sect did not have any idea about Gong Sunling. All their thoughts were on Yang Qin. They had conducted a detailed investigation. Gong Sunling was absolutely obedient to Yang Qin. Not only Gong Sunling, but all the wives and concubines of Yang Qin were the same. As long as Yang Qin was controlled, it meant that they had controlled Gong Sunling, Gao Yu, and all the family members of Yang Qin. Similarly, as long as they controlled Yang Qin, they controlled Chunyang Palace. Yang Qin was also destined to be an indispensable existence in Chunyang Palace. Unfortunately, Chunyang Palace seemed to put all their hopes on Yang Qin, which also led to their biggest flaw in Chunyang Palace. In order to deal with Yang Qin alone, they had even calculated it from the beginning. Before the Joint Command meeting, in the name of Joint Command, Gong Sunling was more important, so she was alone under the protection of several Xian Immortal Masters. As for Yang Chen's wives and concubines, they were also practicing in the battle with the Zhao family in the Mountain River geographical map, and they were also not with Yang Qin. The experts that Elder Su mentioned just now were not around Yang Qin. It was very likely that both the Golden Immortal experts and the experts of the Dragon Clan were in the Mountain River geographical map. Of course, this was also the truth. Yang Qin was indeed the only person by his side. Gong Sunling did not have the slightest objection to this arrangement. She directly followed the people on the side of the Joint Command and gave Yang Qin a sweet smile before leaving. Yang Chen was at the headquarters of the Joint Command and was unknowingly isolated. In order to ensure their safety, the United Command was situated in a relatively large defensive array formation. This formation could easily restrict the entry and exit of any cultivator. This was also the reason why the Golden Immortal of the Ghostine sect dared to plot against Yang Chen even after Elder Su had pointed out so many of Yang Chen's powers. They were not afraid that Yang Chen would escape or meet up with Gong Sunling. Even when those Golden Immortal Masters were discussing, they did not care whether Yang Chen would escape or not. He was just a Xian Immortal Master. In the Joint Command, there were so many Golden Immortal Masters, he really couldn't make much trouble. Yang Chen did not intend to escape. He had been meditating in the area belonging to Chunyang Palace, resting while waiting. He was waiting for the attitude of the Joint Command. At this time, Yang Chen did not want to do anything that would harm the unity of the spiritual world, but he was not afraid that someone would do such a thing. Everything was waiting for those people to give him an explanation. "I'm sorry, Master Yang." The Commander-in-Chief of the Joint Command, the Island Master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, personally came to Yang Chen and expressed her attitude to him. "I'm sorry, I can't stop their behavior, and I can't convince the Golden Immortal Masters of my sect. I can only guarantee that the Golden Immortal Masters of my sect will not make a move. I can't do anything else. In addition, you won't have to worry about your life. They just want to take the initiative to fight for a little advantage." From a moral point of view, the Island Master still felt sorry for Yang Chen, so she said sorry. But she couldn't influence the mind of her own Golden Immortal Masters. This was not a lie. Even if she was unwilling to be enemies with Yang Chen, she couldn't support Yang Chen unconditionally now. Being able to come to Yang Chen in person and say these apologetic words was the limit that the Island Master could do. At the same time, in order to make up for this apology, the Island Master made a promise to Yang Chen. "No matter what happens, Shi Shanshan is my pro-disciple, and she will never suffer any grievances in the Green Jade Immortal Island." Along with the Island Master, there were also the sect masters of the Five Elements sect, Qinkuan sect, and Blue Cloud sect, and they expressed the same meaning. Everyone had an apologetic look on their faces, and under the calm eyes of Yang Chen, all of them blushed. When they worked with Yang Chen in the past, everyone was very happy, but when there was a Golden Immortal Master who wanted to seize Yang Chen's industry, everyone had to compromise under the pressure from above, which was really contrary to their principles. However, compared with Yang Chen, the overall situation of the entire spiritual world against the Zhao family seemed to be more important. And these people were people who could really do great things, so it was inevitable that they would make the most suitable choice they felt. From the overall situation, they felt that they were right, but from a personal point of view, they felt that they owed Yang Chen, so they would specifically come to apologize to Yang Chen. That was Yang Chen. If it was replaced by other cultivators, it was estimated that they would not even have this meeting and apology words. The sect masters of Yin Yang Demon School and Samsara Valley also came to express the same apology. Only the sect master of Wuji Demon School could lift his head in front of Yang Chen. Master Su unreservedly supported Yang Chen and stood on the side of Yang Chen, so that his sect also made the same choice. However, even so, under the intervention of the Joint Command, Master Su would not fight side by side with Yang Chen. However, as an explanation to Yang Chen and Master Su, among the Golden Immortal experts who wanted to touch Yang Chen, one of them would withdraw, and Master Su would use all his strength to restrain that person. At this moment before the decisive battle, it was not a smart thing to let two Golden Immortal experts fight to the death. In this regard, Yang Chen did not express his opinion. Not letting the Golden Immortal experts kill each other was considered taking into account the overall situation. But what was the point of attacking him? However, he still expressed his gratitude to Master Su for supporting him as always. To be able to do this was really extremely benevolent. It should be known that he and Master Su had only met a few times at most, and were far from a deep friendship. For this alone, Yang Chen might even be grateful. One thing, Master Yang's life can't be in danger. This is the bottom line. Seeing that a few golden immortal experts had surrounded Yangchen not far away, the island master finally said his last request, and then slowly left. This place would become the venue of the duel, and they would watch from afar. Chapter 2366. Before we start, there are some ugly words that must be said first. Yang Chen finally opened his mouth and said to the few golden immortal masters who slowly surrounded him, as well as the people who were in charge of the joint command, "Since you want to start, then don't blame me for being rude. Don't be polite. We never expect you to be polite." The golden immortal master of the Ghostine sect said with a smile, which even caused the 5 golden immortals around him to laugh. Because Elder Su had offset one, there were only 6 golden immortals who wanted to start. For the offset spot, the 7 golden immortal masters also had a small debate. None of them wanted to back out. At any rate, this was a rare opportunity. However, due to the pressure from the limitless demon sect, one of them had to back out. In the end, the gold immortal with the weakest cultivation base reluctantly backed out. Not only did he have to quit in the process of subduing Yangchen, but he also had to quit when seizing the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. This was the agreement. That was why he had a displeased look on his face. Even his gaze towards Elder Su was filled with resentment. However, although he was unhappy, this guy was very obedient. He said he would not start a fight, and he stood far away, standing with the golden immortal masters who were watching, waiting for the end of this side. Actually, I don't want to come to this point. At this moment, this kind of internal strife should not happen. In Yang Chen's words, there was indescribable regret and regret. But you didn't take the road to heaven and broke into the door to hell. This is what you asked for. No matter what the consequences are, you can only bear it. We don't need a junior like you to teach us how to behave. The golden immortal master of the ghost sect snorted coldly in another direction. If you don't want to destroy the good situation, as long as you cooperate, no one will make things difficult for you. What we want is not your life, Master Yang. No matter how much these guys wanted to deal with Yangchen, the last word, Master Yang, could be heard from their sincerity. No one was willing to become enemies with an alchemy master who had a promising future and was most likely to become a level 9 alchemy master. But now that they had come to this point, they could no longer have any more scruples. When it was time to take action, they still had to take action. Of course, there was another important reason. That was, Chunyang Palace had not yet matured. In the immortal world, Chunyang Palace didn't even have a name, let alone a foundation. This was the biggest reason why those guys dared to touch Yangchen. No matter how strong an elixir master was, without the support of the higher-ups, he was nothing more than a junior with potential in the eyes of the golden immortals. He was insignificant. This is the most boring battle I've ever had. Yangchen still maintained a sitting posture, but the immortal beheading blade had slowly appeared in his hand. Xiao Tian bit the handle of the immortal beheading blade, and his tail curled around Yang Chen's wrist, which was easily held by Yangchen. The moment Xiao Tian and the immortal beheading saber appeared, all the golden immortal experts narrowed their eyes and focused on Xiao Tian at the same time. Xiao Tian's unique body and the characteristics of biting weapons were almost the most blatant way to tell everyone what a proud pet he was. Yazi! The cultivators in the mortal world didn't know him, and 99% of the cultivators in the spiritual world didn't know him. But how could these guys who came down from the immortal world not know him? Even if they didn't know him. But looking at such unique characteristics, they should be able to guess what species Xiao Tian should be. It was an accident that Grandmaster Yang had a Yazi demon pet in his hands. No one expected it. After carefully checking the cultivation level of Xiao Tian, everyone was stunned again. Yazi of the Golden Immortal Realm. This was fun. The Golden Immortal experts of the Ghost Insect and Ghost Soul sect who participated in the fight couldn't help but breathe a lot heavier. Although Yazi was not a pure dragon, it was also one of the 9 sons of the dragon. If they really fought, they were afraid that they would not be his opponent one-on-one. Fortunately, they had calculated early and transferred Gong Sunling and those experts away, leaving only Yangchen. Even with Yazi as a helper, 6 against 1 still occupied the absolute upper hand. The eyes of several golden immortal masters collided with each other in the air, and everyone saw the flash in each other's eyes. Even the demon pet was this kind of Yazi that could not be reached, controlling Yangchen. When Yangchen got the great wealth in his hands, he didn't know how excited he would be. I am actually very considerate of the overall situation. Yangchen ignored the more greed in these people's eyes, and just said to himself, "Since you won't take my life, then in return, I will not take your life either. So I won't say that sentence." People who knew Yangchen knew what the sentence in Yangchen's mouth was. That was Yangchen's mantra, the mantra that he had to say before killing people. Every injustice has its source. Every debt has its debtor. It was said that the enemies who had heard this had already died. Yangchen finally stood up slowly. His action made the 6 golden immortal masters around him as if they were facing a great enemy. They all took out their own natal magic weapons, but they still refrained from making a move, because they could all see that Yangchen seemed to have something to say. To be honest, this is your luck. There was a faint smile on Yangchen's face, and there was a little hidden contempt. I have killed more 10,000 tribulation true immortals than you have heard of. Today I will make an exception and not kill you. You should really feel lucky. It was no secret that Yangchen used to be an executioner on the immortal beheading platform, and the golden immortal masters naturally knew this. They were in the immortal realm, and they knew how many immortals of the old heavenly court were sent to the immortal beheading platform when the heavenly court changed drastically. To put it bluntly, the almighty immortal was barely qualified to enter the immortal beheading platform, and the golden immortals like them were not even qualified to enter the immortal beheading platform. Yangchen's words were really not boasting. If I haven't come out of the valley of no return, I will naturally listen to what you golden immortal masters say. At this time, Yangchen did not forget to add some mystery to his cultivation. But since I have come out of the valley of no return, you still have the courage to do so. I admire you very much. As Yangchen spoke slowly and calmly, the faces of the people around him changed, including those who were hiding at the back and watching the battle from afar. At this time, Yangchen's body was slowly releasing an extremely powerful pressure, accumulating little by little and strengthening little by little, giving people the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on them. At this time, Yangchen was still standing there, but he had a kind of giant momentum, making people involuntarily look up to him. What did Yangchen get from the Valley of No Return? Looking at the sudden momentum of Yangchen, the golden immortals and sect leaders of the major sects who chose to watch from the side suddenly realized that they seemed to have made a stupid decision. Chapter 2367. Several golden immortal experts listened to Yangchen's understated words, and their lungs were about to explode. The momentum that they had painstakingly built up was diluted to almost nothing by Yangchen's words. If they could tolerate it, how could they not tolerate it? So what if he said it nicely? In the end, didn't they still have to see the real deal? At this time, they couldn't let Yangchen continue to talk. If he continued to talk, it was estimated that they would not have the confidence to continue. If Yangchen made 1 or 2 demon pets, like Xiao Tian at this time, it was estimated that these golden immortal experts would give up even if they did not want to save their face. Fortunately, the situation they were afraid of did not happen. Not only that, Yangchen even took the initiative to hold the immortal beheading saber in a reverse grip, turning the back of the saber to the people. In other words, this was the promise that Yangchen had just made, that he would not take their lives. This action directly raised the anger of several golden immortal experts to the highest point. Then the golden immortals of the Ghostine sect no longer cared whether they were bullying the weak or not. They flew up and rushed up. The scene had long been surrounded by the array. If the 6 golden immortal experts fought, it was not something that an ordinary array could resist. Fortunately, there were still 8 golden immortal experts on the periphery. They could not fight, so they could only preside over the array outside, so that the damage here would not be too thorough. Only the golden immortal experts of the same level could use the array to block the attacks of the golden immortal experts. Just when the golden immortal experts had already started, the island master who was watching the battle outside suddenly found that there were few more people around him. When he took a closer look, he was shocked. Grand Master Wang Yong, who was temporarily restrained by the Joint Command, stood at the forefront, watching the battle in the array with interest. And beside Grand Master Wang Yong was Gong Sunling, who was the most feared by the golden immortal experts. At the same time, Gao Yu and the others also stood there, watching the battle in the circle like watching a play. What made the island master slightly relieved was that Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all standing there, and had no intention of going down to help. They even had smiles on their faces. They didn't seem to be worried about their husband at all. Could there be a cultivator who knew Yang Chen's combat effectiveness better than his wives and concubines who lived with him? Seeing their relaxed expressions, the island master and the others felt that they had made an unforgivable mistake. The originally good situation against the Zhao family seemed to be shrouded by a layer of shadow because of this. At this time, the sect leader of Ghostine sect even forgot to ask how Gong Sunling and Wang Yong were able to come here under the special care of those Xian immortal experts. Since they were here, it had already explained everything. These few Xian immortal experts seemed to be much stronger than Gong Sunling, but they didn't even make a sound. Yet they allowed Gong Sunling to bring Wang Yong here. What did this mean? The island master and the other sect masters of Dao sects, as well as the other sect masters who were watching from the sidelines before, at most felt that they had made a wrong decision and didn't support Yang Qin to the end. But in any case, although they didn't support him, they didn't hit him when he was down. At least they restrained those guys from taking Yang Chen's life. More or less, they still had some feelings for him. But the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect had really offended Yang Chen. The few sect masters didn't even know how to end this. They could only hope that this battle would be won by their respective golden immortal grandmasters. Maybe at that time, they could take the initiative a little more. The sect masters who were fantasizing about taking the initiative to end things were suddenly awakened by the violent shock in front of them. They found that when they saw Gong Sunling and the others coming over, they were a little surprised, and then they were distracted for a while. It seems that there has been a little result there. A golden immortal expert's attacking magic treasure was caught by Yang Chen's empty left hand. Then he directly spun in the air and threw him onto the outer protective formation. That golden immortal expert held on to his natal magic treasure tightly. His body involuntarily tumbled and smashed heavily on the edge of the formation. The protective formation, which was claimed to be able to withstand the destructive power of 10 golden immortal experts in a battle, trembled violently and almost failed because of this. The 8 golden immortal experts in charge of the protective formation exerted all their strength to stabilize the formation in an instant. But even so, those golden immortal experts were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. If the protective formation was broken, the entire headquarters of the Joint Command headquarters would probably become a disaster. The golden immortal expert, who was thrown out and hit the formation, was also shocked at this moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to let go of his natal magic treasure, but he couldn't. When his natal flying sword was caught by Yang Chen's empty left hand, he realized that if he didn't resist with all his strength, his most cherished natal flying sword would turn into a pile of scrap iron the next moment. But because he was focused on protecting the magic treasure, he couldn't care about his own body control. He was thrown out by Yang Qin. How is this possible? This golden immortal expert couldn't care about the condition of his companions at all. Although he fell heavily on the edge of the formation, it didn't hurt him at all. He just felt a little dizzy because of the huge force. The problem was Yang Chen was just a Xian Immortal Junior, and a few hundred years ago he was at most an Earth Immortal Junior. How did his cultivation increase so much in such a short period of time? Yang Chen's words just now came to his mind again. He must have obtained something amazing from the Immortal beheading platform after coming out of the Valley of No Return. He was afraid that he really kicked an iron plate this time. What kind of body refining technique is this? What scared the Golden Immortal expert the most was that he didn't feel any spiritual power in Yang Chen's hand before. In other words, Yang Chen grabbed his natal flying sword with the strength of his body and then threw him out. How terrifying was this fact? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask loudly. The reason why he asked directly was because he knew that this kind of huge power could only be exerted by a strong body. Without the body refining technique, it was impossible to achieve this by relying on the nourishment of spiritual power. The Immortal World's yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Are you familiar with it? While being besieged by the 5 Golden Immortal experts, Yang Chen didn't forget to answer his question calmly. Just as he answered the question, the 3 Golden Immortal experts who besieged him flew in 3 directions, like a baseball hit by a high-speed bat. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the 3 Golden Immortal experts also hit the edge of the protective formation heavily. In the eyes of countless cultivators of the spiritual world, the golden light at the edge of the protective formation flickered and almost disappeared. But then it recovered quickly. It flickered again, almost disappeared again, and recovered again. Only then did the turbulence stop. Chapter 2368. The Golden Immortal experts who were still at the edge of the array understood that their 3 companions were hit by the back of the Immortal beheading saber thrown by Yang Chen, and then they flew out involuntarily. It was the same as what happened to him before, except that he was thrown out empty-handed, while the other 3 were hit by the back of the Immortal beheading saber. The 8 Golden Immortals who were in charge of the protective array outside were sweating profusely. In such a short period of time, they had already endured attacks that were close to the limit of the protective array. If it weren't for the fact that all of them were recuperating and ready to defend at any time, the few attacks just now would have been enough to shatter the protective array. Fortunately, the 3 Golden Immortal experts who were hit by Yang Chen hit the protective array 3 times separately. If they were hit at the same time, the protective array would definitely shatter. Even now, there were all kinds of smoke rising inside the array. Without the use of divine sense, there was no way to know what was going on inside. Even if they used their divine sense, for the various sect masters, they could only barely detect a few shadows. They couldn't see what exactly happened at all. The cultivation of the various sect masters was relatively average. All of them were in the celestial immortal realm. It was simply whimsical to want to detect the whereabouts of the Golden Immortal and Xian Immortal experts. Both sides fighting inside were not on guard. If they were on guard, they wouldn't even be able to see a shadow. On the other hand, Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all beaming with joy, as if they had seen something wonderful. Everyone wanted to ask, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. When they asked the Golden Immortal ancestors who were in charge of the array, they all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. It seemed that they wouldn't have the free time and energy to answer their questions. The question of the Golden Immortal expert was what all the Golden Immortals and even all the cultivators present wanted to know. They didn't expect to get an answer from Yang Chen. Almost every cultivator's cultivation method was a secret. It was impossible to know unless it was someone close to them. How could Yang Chen reveal it to them? But not only did Yang Chen answer, but he also answered very happily, as if he wasn't afraid of them knowing at all. What made people even more speechless was that the content of Yang Chen's answer was actually the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Hearing Yang Chen's answer, all the cultivators, except for Yang Chen's wives and concubines, were speechless. Yang Chen's body refining technique was so powerful, but it was only the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. It was really unbelievable. What is the yellow turban strongman body refining technique? It was a technique that could be found everywhere in the immortal world. As long as one was a disciple of a super sect one could find such a trashy technique in the outermost layer of the sutra depository of every sect. Many people would only take a glance at the jade slips that recorded the information before throwing it back in disdain. This kind of cultivation method actually had such a strong power. Back in the immortal plane, these golden immortal experts had seen the truly powerful yellow-scarved strongmen. But those were the result of thousands of years of cultivation. Their bodies were ridiculously strong, but that was all. Cultivating this body-tempering technique meant that there was almost no possibility of breaking through in other aspects. Who could have thought that the most promising alchemy master in the spiritual world would actually cultivate such a trashy body refining technique? But even so, the 4 golden immortal experts couldn't withstand the power of a single blow from such a trashy body refining technique, which was simply unacceptable, considering how long Master Yang had been cultivating this cultivation method. Even if Master Yang started cultivating from the moment he came into contact with the immortal beheading platform, it had only been a little more than 3,000 years since the upheaval of the heavenly court. This had already compared the golden immortal experts who had been cultivating for many years to the trash. Then, in the dust and smoke that filled the sky, the cultivators below the Xian immortal cultivation base didn't know what was happening in the array. Those who were able to see what was happening within the formation were all astonished. Their mouths were unknowingly agape, yet they were unable to utter a single word. It was more than appropriate to describe them as dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Fortunately, everyone could still hear the sound inside, but they could only hear the banging sound. They didn't understand what was going on inside. This made those sect masters more and more curious, but no one told them the situation inside. The 8 golden immortal experts who presided over the protective array outside had very complicated feelings, and each of them had different feelings. In addition to being happy, Elder Su seemed to only be mocking his other companions who couldn't see the situation clearly. That was to say, he had been supporting Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace from the beginning to the end. Now it seemed that his guess was not wrong at all. Wuji Demon School's gamble was right, and there would definitely be a lot of benefits. Just thinking about it made people wake up from their dreams with a smile. The 6 golden immortals of Yin Yang Demon School and the Valley of No Return, who had originally supported Yang Qin, had indescribable expressions on their faces. There was regret, confusion, disbelief, and a kind of extreme joy. Although they didn't support Yang Qin to the end, at least they left some leeway. They didn't offend Yang Qin completely, and there was still a chance to slowly repair the relationship in the future. As for the guy who was originally going to fight because of Elder Su, at this moment his unwillingness had turned into surprise and joy. Fortunately, he didn't fight, otherwise he would have ended up like those guys inside. Thinking of this, even his resentment towards Elder Su had faintly turned into a kind of gratitude. Yang Qin didn't use the immortal beheading saber anymore. He found that he had to hold back when he used the immortal beheading saber, which was too troublesome. Not to mention anything else. Just the weight of the immortal beheading saber was not something that ordinary golden immortal experts could bear. It should be known that Yang Qin had now cultivated the secret of Qua Yi to the 2nd level, carrying the weight of the immortal beheading saber and hitting the opponent. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. If it weren't for Yang Qin holding back, those golden immortal experts would have been unrecognizable. But now it wasn't much better. Although Yang Qin put away the immortal beheading saber and changed to using his fists, it didn't mean that the golden immortal experts would end up much better. After the first few heavy attacks, the 6 golden immortal experts had completely lost the ability to resist and fell from the edge of the protective array, which one of them didn't feel dizzy. At this time, after being greeted by Yang Qin's fists, it seemed that only the one with the strongest cultivation could still stay awake. The banging sounds heard from outside were the sounds of Yang Qin waving his fists and teaching these greedy golden immortals a lesson. Out of the 6 golden immortals, 5 were already lying on the ground. Each of them had a bloody nose and swollen face and were unconscious. The remaining guy from the Ghost Insect only had a trace of consciousness left, but he couldn't wait to pass out immediately, so that he wouldn't have to face such a great shame. 6 golden immortal masters were taught a solid lesson by Yang Qin, a Xian Immortal Jr. He believed that if they could choose, they would definitely wish that they had never had those thoughts. Chapter 2369. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Because the movements behind were very small, the divine senses could be fully explored, so the people watching outside had basically known the result in advance. But everyone still couldn't believe what they had seen with their divine senses. 6 golden immortals who had passed the tribulation were taught a solid lesson by a Xian Immortal Jr. with his fists and feet. This matter was simply like a heavenly book. The problem was, no matter how much they didn't believe it, when everything was presented in front of them, they still had to stare with their eyes radiating with disbelief, silently admitting that there was nothing wrong with their eyes and divine senses. 5 of the 6 golden immortals, the golden immortals who had passed the tribulation in the lower realm of the immortal realm, were lying on the ground in an irregular shape, unconscious. The only one who could still remain conscious had a head and face full of bruises. His nostrils were flowing with the blood of a golden immortal that countless alchemists coveted. His eyes were unfocused, and his clothes were grabbed by Yang Qin. His body hung limply, unable to resist. Judging from the unnatural bending of the hands and feet of the awake golden immortal of the Ghostine sect, his hands and feet had been broken by Yang Qin. The blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and the large bloodstain on his chest showed that his injury was probably not as simple as the broken limbs. To be able to completely immobilize a golden immortal who had passed the tribulation, this injury might not be worse than Lin Zongxuan's injury. No one was willing to believe this result, except for the people of Chunying Palace and Yang Chen's wives and concubines. But everyone had to believe it, because the facts were in front of them. Yang Chen, a little cultivator who was just an earth immortal 1,000 years ago, became a powerful cultivator who could fight against 6 golden immortals alone after entering the Valley of No Return and obtaining the mysterious inheritance in the immortal beheading platform. Thinking back carefully about Yang Chen's situation, it seemed that Yang Chen did not have such strength before the Xiantian sect was destroyed. At that time, although Yang Chen's cultivation had greatly improved, he was still at the early stage of Xian Immortal. Otherwise, he would have been able to turn the tide in the Xiantian sect and kill more golden immortals of the Zhao family. Perhaps if the mysterious Heaven sect had been lucky, they would not have been annihilated. In less than 30 years, Yang Chen's cultivation had jumped 3 levels, and his combat power had also become so strong that he could fight 6 people with his bare hands. It was really amazing what had happened in the past few years. Or rather, what kind of inheritance did Yang Chen obtain in the immortal beheading platform? The sect masters of the various sect who were watching the battle from the outside had mixed feelings in their hearts. Because of their miscalculation of Yang Chen, they made the wrong choice. Now they had no choice but to face the consequences of this wrong choice and see how they could make up for it. The golden immortal of Ghostine sect barely opened his swollen eyelids. Under the control of Yang Chen's big hands, he couldn't even use his divine sense to self-destruct. He could only watch helplessly as he was kneaded by Yang Chen like a dough. At this moment, he saw the shocked eyes of the cultivators who were watching the battle from a distance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Chen had no intention of saving face for this golden immortal senior. He directly raised his hand and slapped this guy more than a dozen times in the face. The slaps were so loud that the cultivators outside could hear them clearly. It was as if these slaps were slapped on their faces. You can't even beat me, but you still want to help my wife control the geographical map of the mountain river? Yang Chen's sarcastic words were unceremoniously heard by the sect master of the sect and the golden immortal of Ghostine sect. Why don't you see if you have the strength to do so? How dare you talk so shamelessly with this level of strength? Bah! The golden immortal of Ghostine sect finally fainted in happiness. Under Yang Chen's slaps and his previous injuries, as well as Yang Chen's sarcastic words just now, he lost consciousness. His head drooped softly, and there was no more movement. By fainting, he had a chance to escape. At least, Yang Chun would not do anything to him. However, those golden immortal experts and the sect masters of the sect who were awake still had to face this embarrassing situation. Some people keenly heard something from Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen's words seemed to express some content. It seemed that Yang Chen's realm was not helpful to the geographical map of the mountain river. So how powerful could the geographical map of the mountain river be? Originally, they thought that being able to refine the demon realm was already unimaginably powerful. But now everyone realized that it seemed that this was far from the true power of the geographical map of the mountain river. There had never been a spatial magic treasure that could refine a world before. So everyone had no specific concept of such a powerful spatial magic treasure. They knew it was powerful, but no one could tell how powerful it was. Now everyone seemed to have a vague idea. Yang Chen could easily defeat 6 golden immortals alone, but he could not help the geographical map of the mountain river. I'm afraid that this magic treasure of Gong Sunling was already heaven-defying. From the geographical map of the mountain river, the power of the dragon clan of the Zhao family was inferred. Now everyone could understand why Zhou Sheng, a great principal golden immortal, had to explode in the end. It was said that the master of the dragon clan of the Zhao family was only at the peak of the golden immortal. It was not surprising that he seriously injured Zhou Sheng now. The 6 golden immortal experts were all lying not far from Yang Chen, but everyone just looked from a distance, and no one said anything. Everyone's mind was in turmoil, and no one knew how to end this time. Since the 6 seniors are so enthusiastic to help control the geographical map of the mountain river, then I will fulfill your wish. At this time, Yang Chen did not care what the sect masters were thinking. He directly made a decision and waved to Gong Sunling outside, motioning her to come over. The protective array set up by the 8 golden immortal experts outside had not been removed yet. The several golden immortal experts were completely stunned and forgot about this matter. Seeing Yang Chen waving, they did not understand what he meant for a while. Gong Sunling had already walked to the side of the protective array. Originally, Gong Sunling and the others were watching from outside the protective array. It was just a few steps away. It was so fast that the 8 golden immortal experts had no time to react. Then they were stunned to see another scene that made them want to dig their eyes out to see if there was a problem. Gong Sunling didn't even look at the strong protective array, so she went in with a big stab. It was a protective array set up by 8 golden immortal experts. It was extremely safe inside and outside. Ordinary Xian immortal experts would be bounced back if they hit it. If the golden immortals wanted to, they could even be seriously injured. Chapter 2370. However, Gong Sunling didn't seem to be affected by the rebound at all. In fact, she wasn't even stopped by the array at all. Everyone only saw Gong Sunling walk in casually as if the array had never appeared. A terrifying scene happened. The array really didn't seem to exist. Gong Sunling walked in easily, as if she was passing through a thin water film. She didn't encounter any obstruction and walked in easily. What was even more shocking was that the solid protective array didn't collapse because of Gong Sunling's passing. It was still intact. Even after Gong Sunling walked through, the human-shaped hole that she made when she passed through the array quickly restored to its original appearance. This scene was not only seen by the sect masters of the major sect, but also by the 8 golden immortal experts. Immersed in the horror, they even forgot everything else. They were all in a hurry to check whether the array had really failed because of the absent-mindedness just now. After checking, the 8 experts raised their heads, looked at each other, and looked at each other. The array was intact, and there was no sign of it being damaged. Gong Sunling was just a cultivator at the peak of Xian Immortal. How could she ignore the array set up by the 8 golden immortal ancestors? Needless to say, this must be the effect of the mountain river geographical map. How powerful was this magic treasure that caused such a big wave? Yang Chen's family's cultivation had greatly improved after Yang Chen entered the Valley of No Return. Several sect masters of the Tao sect had asked the wives and concubines of Yang Qin, who were now their personal disciples, and the answer was basically the same. That was, Yang Qin had obtained the inheritance of the Immortal beheading platform in the Valley of No Return. At the same time, he gave each of them a magical pill, which allowed their cultivation to improve rapidly. Any more, and there was basically nothing left. No one knew what kind of elixir Yang Qin had given them. They only knew that it could greatly increase their cultivation. Between the sect and their husband, the girls stood firmly on Yang Chen's side. They would not betray the sect, but they would not betray their husband either. However, although he didn't know what kind of pill it was, one thing was for sure, and that was that the girls' combat power had greatly increased. When they returned to the sect, they were already able to easily fight to a draw with the Xian, immortal old ancestor in the sect. After following Yang Qin for a few decades, Yang Chen was able to improve so much, so the girls must have improved greatly as well. Good heavens! The few sect masters of the Tao sect were cursing themselves for being fools in their hearts. Even their personal disciples had such a huge improvement. Would Yang Qin himself remain stagnant? How could they make such a stupid mistake? It wasn't easy for them to build a cooperative relationship with Yang Qin, but it was destroyed by their short-sightedness. There were also a few golden immortals who were watching from the sidelines. They clearly knew that the Ghost Yin sect and the others did something wrong, but because of a few ridiculous reasons, they became bystanders. Now, they had to swallow the bitter wine that they brewed themselves. Gong Sunling had already walked to Yang Chen's side. Yang Qin grabbed the necks of the 6 golden immortal masters. After stuffing a pill into each golden immortal's mouth in a very barbaric manner, he directly threw them into the Mountain River geographical map, regardless of whether the other party woke up or not. Didn't they want to help? As long as they entered the Mountain River geographical map, the Mountain River geographical map would have 6 more golden immortals, and its power would naturally increase, which was equivalent to them helping. Yang Qin! No, Grandmaster Yang, my sect's ancestor has offended you. Please show mercy. As soon as he saw that Yang Qin had thrown the people into the Mountain River geographical map, the sect master of the Ghost Soul sect suddenly became anxious and hurriedly shouted. He didn't have the ability to ignore the protective array set up by the golden immortal ancestors like Gong Sunling, so he could only shout loudly from outside. Don't worry, they won't die. Yang Chen's tone was very relaxed. He turned to the Ghost Soul sect master and said with a smile, Didn't the seniors always say that they would help Ling refine the demon realm? Now I'll give them this opportunity. Let them personally come to the Mountain River geographical map to help refine it. As he said that, his hands did not stop, and the 6 masters were thrown into the Mountain River geographical map by him in a few moments. The sect masters of the 6 golden immortal masters could only watch helplessly. By the time the 8 golden immortals removed the protective array, the 6 golden immortal masters had already disappeared without a trace. The only thing that could make the 6 sect masters accept was that the 6 golden immortal ancestors did not die, but were trapped in the Mountain River geographical map. It was conceivable that they would suffer a lot, but no one said anything about this. Who asked them to plot other people's life, source, magic treasure? Now they paid the price and were punished. It was reasonable. This world was so realistic. You have a reason to be strong, and Yang Qin was now the most reasonable one. Everyone believed that the 6 golden immortal masters would not die, because if Yang Qin wanted to kill them, he didn't have to wait for them to enter the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Qin could easily kill them all just now. Since Yang Qin said that he wouldn't kill them before he started, then they definitely wouldn't die. What everyone was worried about now was how Master Yang would vent his anger. If they knew that Master Yang had become so extraordinary now, who would provoke Master Yang for no reason? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the few golden immortal ancestors. They took a fancy to someone's things, but they had to have the idea of the person's wife's life, source magic treasure. Now, they went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss. Even they were taught a lesson by Master Yang and imprisoned. There was no need to talk about whether it was shameful or not. The key was, what should they do next? Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had shown such a heaven-defying combat power, which had fully demonstrated that they must be the backbone of the fight against the Zhao family. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were like this. Presumably, Yang Chen's other wives and concubines would not be weak, and they would definitely bring everyone a surprise. This was a good thing. The more experts there were in the spiritual world, the greater the chance of winning. But for several sects, this was a bad thing. Their golden immortal ancestors had offended Master Yang badly. How could they repair the relationship between the two sides? The only sect master who smiled the happiest was the sect master of Wuji Demon School, because his own golden immortal ancestors supported Yang Chen. The result was that Wuji Demon School became the biggest winner among the various sects. Originally, they had a good relationship with Master Yang, and now it was naturally to a higher level. Since the winner and the loser have been decided, then this matter will end here. I don't know what you think. The one who spoke was the Commander-in-Chief of the Joint Command, the Island Master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now, she had to come forward to deal with the aftermath. After expressing her intention, she did not forget to consult Yang Chen's opinion. Master Yang, what other requests do you have? Chapter 2371. He told those sect masters and golden immortals that the matter was over, but he turned around and asked Yang Chen if he had any other requests. It was obvious that he was biased towards Yang Chen, but no cultivator jumped out to say that it was unfair for the island master to behave like this. It was still the same sentence. This world was so realistic. When you have a big enough fist, you would have a big enough tongue and a big enough face. The seniors couldn't kill me due to the pressure from the sect masters, so this junior took advantage of it. Yang Chen's words were not so domineering, and he still treated these sect masters with the respect he had in the past. However, at this time, when Yang Chen said anything, the sect masters were no longer treating Yang Chen with the same mentality as before. Listening to Yang Chen's words, everyone's heart also slightly relaxed. Sure enough, if Yang Chen could really kill 6 golden immortal experts with his bare hands, it would be too terrifying. Yang Chen's explanation made everyone feel a lot more at ease. It was reasonable. The golden immortal experts couldn't kill him, but Yang Chen had an advantage that no one could match. Just now, everyone heard that Yang Chen cultivated the body tempering technique of the immortal world's yellow turban strongman body tempering technique, and he was successful in cultivating it. His powerful physical body would definitely have an absolute advantage in a situation where it was not a life and death battle. But even so, it couldn't be taken lightly. In particular, Gong Sunling, although her cultivation base was only at the peak Xian Immortal, the kind of performance of not taking the formation seriously really scared everyone. If this was the performance of Gong Sunling after refining a part of the demon realm, then what kind of terrifying situation would it be if the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family refined more? This was the focus of everyone's worry. But unfortunately, there seemed to be no better way than letting Gong Sunling speed up the refining of the demon realm. In the end, Yang Chen did not make any embarrassing suggestions. He only requested that Grand Master Wang Yong not be casually sealed during the Joint Command Conference in the future. This condition was met unconditionally. With disciples like Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, no one dared to be rude to Grandmaster Wang Yong in the future. Although Yang Chen didn't mention it, it didn't mean that the sect wouldn't make some corresponding compensation. At least a few golden immortal experts from the Dao sect came to express their apologies after Yang Chen returned to the resting place prepared by the Joint Command Center. Since these golden immortal experts had personally come to apologize, Yang Chen naturally had to give them face. Moreover, these people were the seniors of his wives and concubines. No matter what, Yang Chen had to uphold the face of his wives and concubines. Perhaps it was also because of this that the few golden immortals of the Dao sect felt that even if they offended Yang Chen a little, there would not be too serious consequences. Moreover, they only chose to watch from the sidelines without interfering, which was much better than those guys who directly went down. Yin Yang Demon School also handled the matter in the same way. The only difference was that the Golden Immortals and the sect master came at the same time. Lady Fenghua's status as the Great Elder was promoted again, becoming one of the core elders. Even the 30 concubines became the Great Elders of Yin Yang Demon School. Speaking of which, Yin Yang Demon School was the one who gained the most. There were a total of 31 peak Xian Immortals. This was just the cultivation realm on the surface, not to mention the special combat power that Yang Qin used to enhance with the secret method of the immortal beheading platform. The few sect members couldn't wait to express their goodwill and wanted to repair the relationship. Everyone also understood that it was impossible to completely eliminate the consequences of the previous wrong choice by relying on such a little initiative. At this time, they just tried their best to fight for it so that Yang Chen would not resent them. After all, they were all super sect members. Even if they wanted to make friends, they would not act so impatiently. After expressing their goodwill, everyone left one after another. Then, Yang Chen waited for Grandmaster Su of Wuji Demon School, who had been smiling before and after the matter. It was not the first time that Yang Chen and Grandmaster Su met. They had met at the Samsara Valley auction, and the last time they met was before the Black Heaven sect was destroyed. To be honest, Yang Chen was also quite surprised that Grandmaster Su spared no effort to support him. It's not strange. Ancestor Su directly explained Yang Chen's doubts. Anyone who sees a woman with a veil made by Ancestor Lu's hand beside you, their attitude will be exactly the same as mine. So that was it. Yang Chen finally understood why Grandmaster Su thought so highly of him. It turned out that he had recognized the origin of Madame Bai's veil. Fortunately, from Grandmaster Su's words, Yang Chen understood that he did not fully know Madame Bai's identity. However, the veil alone was probably enough to affect his position. Also in line to visit were the Ghost Yin sect, Ghost sect, and several other sect masters whose golden immortals were imprisoned by Yang Chen, such as the Ghost Yin sect. At this time, they also knew that Yang Chen would not directly fall out with them, so they greeted him with smiles and apologized profusely. They did not forget to thank Yang Chen for showing mercy, and at the same time, they begged Yang Chen to treat the imprisoned grandmasters well. Yang Chen didn't want to kill the golden immortals at this time and let the Zhao family laugh to the end. It was estimated that several sect masters had also guessed this, so they were somewhat fearless at this point. However, they were still very polite to Yang Chen. In addition to this, Yang Chen still had many things that he needed them to beg him for. In short, this matter temporarily came to an end in this collective tacit and slightly strange atmosphere. The situation of the Joint Command seemed to be harmonious, but it was inevitable that there was a bit of unnaturalness. After this incident, no one dared to have any thoughts about Yang Chen's family. What a joke! 6 golden immortal experts were killed by Yang Chen with his bare hands. If others wanted to have evil thoughts, how many golden immortals could their strength compare to? That was just Yang Chen alone. If Yang Chen's wives and concubines were counted, they would really die without a burial place. Countless cultivators began to approach Yang Chen intentionally or unintentionally. Even if they couldn't get close to Yang Chen, they had to find ways to get close to Yang Chen's wives and concubines. At the very least, they had to make friends with some disciples of Chunyang Palace, just to leave a good impression in front of Yang Chen, Master Yang. Not to mention anything else. Just the medicinal pills refined by Master Yang were enough to make people salivate. According to the news from Grandmaster Su, it seemed that Master Yang had begun to secretly experiment and refine the 8 Revolution pill. If the 8 Revolution pill could be successfully refined, Master Yang would be the strongest alchemy genius in the spiritual realm, the first to become an 8th grade alchemy master. Countless cultivators were very disdainful of this, thinking that Yang Chen was biting off more than he could chew. But more cultivators were full of expectations. One should know that when Yang Chen was still an Earth Immortal, he had already become a 7th grade alchemy master. Now that he was already in the late profound immortal realm, becoming an 8th grade alchemy master might not be so far away. Chapter 2372. Now, all the major sects' performance was very restrained. In addition to stepping up the preparation for the war with the Zhao family, they were also repairing the relationship with the Chunyang Palace. Even the major sect was like this. Those little cultivators did not dare to speak out. They complained in private for fear of being heard by people with ulterior motives. Among the cultivators who were looking forward to it, the sect masters of the major sect had the most complicated feelings. If they had known that Master Yang could become an 8th grade alchemist, they would have stood by Master Yang's side at that time. When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. This time, the sect masters of the major sect were even more regretful. Yang Chen and his wife were simply a treasure bowl. No one knew when they would pull out a rare treasure from it. If they had known this earlier, why would they bother to listen to those golden immortal ancestors? If they helped Yang Chen at that time, wouldn't it be easier to talk to him now? However, the reality was so ruthless. Many people had only heard of Bai Xia Fairy Gao Yu's refining level in Chunyang Palace before, but not many people had seen it. However, when Wang Yong took out his own life flying sword that had obviously been upgraded by at least 2 grades, it really shocked everyone. However, Wang Yong was a pure fire attribute. The flying sword with the dual attributes of water and fire was now somewhat unbalanced and biased towards the fire attribute. Gao, you made a move to help her master balance the 2 attributes. Wang Yong had also participated in various experiences, and many people had seen Wang Yong's life source magic weapon. But they couldn't believe that the Qilin flying sword had really improved a lot, and the aura on it was not chaotic at all. It was so pure that it was even purer than when Wang Yong refined it alone. More cultivators were secretly staring at the doubting cultivators, waiting for the right time to teach them a lesson, using it to vent the anger of Bai Xia Fairy Gaoyu, and at the same time to please Master Yang. Although many of these cultivators also had doubts in their hearts, they did not express it in front of anyone. From the perspective of the spiritual world, it was a great thing for Yang Chen to become an 8th grade alchemist. At least there would not be a situation like Lin Zongxuan, who was seriously injured and could not be cured. But from the perspective of their previous attitude, if Yang Chen became an 8th grade alchemist, it would be a slap in the face to their previous performance. The lords of the major sect were also shocked when they heard the news. They thought that Gao Yu's high level of refining weapons was just a rumor. What could be achieved in the mortal world might not be achieved in the spiritual world. They didn't expect it to be true. With the complete version of the universe treasure fostering secret art, unique tools, the unique ability to help others refine without being contaminated with her own aura, and the most suitable water and fire attributes, Gao Yu was simply the best person to help Wang Yong refine his natal magic weapon. How was this possible? While countless people were stunned and questioned, one by one, they rushed to Gao Yu's side like madmen. If they could let a master at the peak of Xian Immortal help them refine their natal magic weapon, it would be equivalent to increasing their combat effectiveness by at least 30% out of thin air. This temptation was even more direct than asking for the best medicinal pills from Master Yang. The Lord of Wuji Demon School was the first to enjoy this benefit. Gao Yu helped him refine his natal flying sword. This was a very clear return. Even the golden immortal ancestor, Su, couldn't do it, but Gao Yu did it very easily. Tao Junki was still worried about the contradiction between her husband and the sect. Now that the remaining disciples of Xiantian sect had all been merged into Chunyang Palace, Tao Junki no longer had the previous troubles. Her inner demons were removed, and her mind was clear. Her whole person seemed to be in high spirits, and her mental state was in a mess. As a result, her cultivation base was also advancing by leaps and bounds. However, Yang Chen did not refuse Tao Junki, but let her accompany him happily. Over the years, among his wives and concubines, Tao Junki was the one who suffered the most. With the situation at that time, Yang Qin didn't know how to help Tao Junki untie the knot in her heart, unless she could betray Shantian sect. In recent days, Yang Qin did not ask the women to forcibly improve their cultivation. The reason was very simple. More haste, less speed. Their cultivation base had improved fast enough, so they didn't need to put all their energy on cultivation. It was the right thing to find their own way to relax. At this time, returning to the sect to be bothered by chores was also a short interval in cultivation. If they could handle it well, it would also be a small improvement for their state of mind. Yang Chen's wives and concubines, except for those in Shantian sect, were basically called back by their respective sect to carefully inquire about Yang Chen's recent situation. They hoped to get more news about Yang Chen from Yang Chen's wives and concubines and find out more about Yang Chen's strength. This matter was not concealed from the outside world. When the news came out, it caused many people to frown. Wasn't this nonsense? Could it be that his own life source magic weapon could be improved through the hands of others? However, none of the doubtful cultivators said much, waiting to see the final farce. Even the 3 women who stayed with Yang Qin, except for Gong Sunling, who was still controlling the mountain river geographical map to constantly devour the space of the monster realm. Gao Yu was basically helping Master Wang Yong refine his life source magic weapon at this time. Tao Junki, on the other hand, occupied her husband and accompanied him to refine pills. Wang Yong did not disappoint his disciples' good intentions. He generously took out his own life source magic weapon and asked Gao Yu to help refine it. He didn't feel ashamed that his disciple had surpassed his master at all. Instead, he was very happy and comforted. As a disciple, being able to surpass their master was the greatest pride of many masters who looked forward to the best of their disciples. At this time, Tao Junki happened to be alone. Accompanying Tao Junki to spend some happy days alone was also Yang Chen's compensation for Tao Junki's hard work over the years. No matter what, Tao Junki was also a fire cultivator. Although she did not develop in the direction of an alchemist master, she still had some foundation. It was more than enough to help her husband prepare some medicinal materials, although Yang Qin did not need these at all. The material of Grandmaster Wang Yong's life source magic weapon was still a warm auction item that Yang Qin bought at a certain auction. It was a Qilin horn with dual attributes of water and fire. After years of polishing and refining by Grandmaster Wang Yong, it became the current life source flying sword. Only Gao Yugong Sunling and Tao Junki stayed with Yang Qin. Gao Yugong Sunling was a disciple of Chunying Palace, so naturally she didn't need to leave. Just when all parties were still shocked by Gao Yu's amazing refining technique, Yang Qin easily came out and took out a batch of refined 8 revolution pills. Holding the life source flying sword that was almost brand new but connected to his life, the master of Wuji Demon School was so happy that he almost cried out. Grandmaster Su had a good eye. In the future, Wuji Demon School would definitely advance and retreat together with Chunying Palace. Chapter 2373. Since the ancient times, there had never been an 8th-tier pill refinement master in the spiritual realm. There were only a few 8th revolution pills. Basically, all of them were sent down from the immortal world by various sects. The price they had to pay was definitely enough to make one's heart ache to death. Countless pill refinement masters and talented seniors had been pursuing the path of 8th-tier pill refinement master. However, including all the sect and super sect, there was not a single pill refinement master who could officially become an 8th-tier pill refinement master in the spiritual realm. Even the Pill Cauldron School, which was famous for its pill refinement, had countless generations of genius disciples. The one who was closest to becoming an 8th-tier pill refinement master was a profound immortal expert tens of thousands of years ago. When he was trying to break through to the 8th revolution, he was already close to the stage of pill collection. However, in the end, he still couldn't control his own cultivation level and ascended on the spot, leaving behind a pile of medicinal liquid for his descendants. Although it was just a medicinal liquid, it was still regarded as the most precious collection. Its medicinal effect was more than 10 times stronger than a seventh revolution pill. Unfortunately, after so many years, the remaining medicinal liquid had been used up when rescuing the important figures of the pill cauldron school. Not a single drop was left. Many descendants wanted to use the medicinal liquid as a reference to the alchemy footsteps of their predecessors, but in the end, they couldn't make a breakthrough. That was the closest cultivator in the spiritual realm to becoming an 8th-tier pill refinement master. Since then, no one was able to touch the threshold of an 8th-tier pill refinement master. Countless pill refinement masters had been working hard for God knows how long, but in the end, they could only wander around the ranks of the 7th tier. Yang Qin had always been the most amazing pill refinement master in the mortal world. In the mortal world, he had already broken through the heavenly moat of a 5th-tier pill refinement master. After arriving in the spiritual realm, his achievements were even more extraordinary. When he was a 6th-tier pill refinement master, the pills he refined were treasures that countless 7th-tier pill refinement masters could only dream of. All the cultivators thought that Yang Qin had reached his limit when he became a 7th-tier pill refinement master. Unexpectedly, in less than 1,000 years, Yang Qin had already crossed the heavenly moat that countless of his predecessors couldn't. Grandmaster Yang's 7th revolution pill had always been the finale item of the Wanbao Tower since its debut. Many cultivators had exhausted all of their family's wealth and still couldn't afford it. Only the major sects, relying on their good cooperation with Yang Qin and the Chunying Palace, were qualified to directly ask for a certain number of elixirs from the Chunying Palace. Before Yang Qin claimed that he could concoct an 8-revolution pill, no one believed that Yang Qin could do it. Everyone thought that Yang Qin was using the excuse of refining pills in seclusion to give the Joint Commander a short buffer time and a way out of this embarrassing situation. Everyone took it for granted, but they didn't expect it to be such a shocking ending. I should have known. I should have thought of this earlier. Sect Master Chui of the 5 Elements sect was the one who regretted the most. After hearing the news, even someone as calm as him couldn't help but get up and start pacing back and forth in the meeting hall, muttering to himself. Back then, Sect Master Chui saw with his own eyes that Yang Qin had an agreement with an unknown expert of the dragon race. The content of the agreement seemed to be that Yang Qin would help the expert of the dragon race to concoct a pill called Fusion Embryo Pill. That expert of the dragon race seemed to be very generous and gave Yang Qin enough time to grow. Now that he thought about it, Sect Master Chui wished he could slap himself a few times. Even the expert of the dragon race, who was at least a golden immortal, was tempted by the pill. How could the grade of the pill be low? That expert of the dragon race, who had only come into contact with Yang Qin once, could trust Yang Qin so much. Sect Master Chui, who knew Yang Qin better, had actually made a mistake. Why would there be 2 golden immortal experts of the dragon race by Yang Qin's side? The reason was obvious. If it wasn't for Yang Qin fulfilling their request, would the proud experts of the dragon race help a human cultivator to deal with a golden immortal expert just because of a small favor? The relationship between the 5 Elements sect and Yang Qin wasn't just limited to the Morong sisters, who were Yang Qin's concubines. Even Sect Master Chui and the entire 5 Elements sect were saved by Yang Qin. If they had continued to support Yang Qin, the 5 Elements sect would most likely have benefited a lot from Yang Qin's concoction of the 8 revolution pill. Unfortunately, such a good situation was destroyed by a single thought. If time could go back, other sects wouldn't dare to say. At least Sect Master Chui of the 5 Elements sect would definitely not hesitate to stand on Yang Qin's side, even if the Golden Immortal Master Ancestor decided to do so. At the end of the day, it was all because of the fear of the Profound Heaven sect that was hidden deep in their bones. Even if the Profound Heaven sect had been annihilated, Even if the remaining disciples of the profound heaven sect had made the great heart devil oath and worshipped the new patriarch, they still didn't dare to be completely at ease. They had to find a reason to get rid of these hidden dangers before they could sleep peacefully. But if they thought about it carefully, it wasn't Chunyang Palace who took the initiative to accept the disciples of the profound heaven sect. It was all because the major sects themselves couldn't deal with them and took the initiative to send them to Chunyang Palace. From the beginning to the end, it was the major sect's fault for targeting Yangchen. They couldn't blame anyone else. Yangchen understood all of this very well. The major sect was afraid of the profound heaven sect, but they didn't want to bear the reputation of slaughtering the disciples of the profound heaven sect. Therefore, they packed up a lot of trouble and sent it to Chunyang Palace. This mentality was the same as those experts who rebelled in the immortal world in the past. They didn't want to bear the reputation of killing immortals and sent those guys to the immortal execution platform. Of course, there was another common point. In the end, Yangchen got all the benefits. Yangchen got all the benefits. The Five Elements sect was not the only one who felt remorseful. Except for Wuji Demon School, none of the higher-ups of the sect had a happy smile on their faces. Although all the sect only got the news and didn't see the 8 revolution pill with their own eyes, none of the sect doubted it. Of course, Yangchen didn't give any room for doubt. The next day, Yangchen showed the newly refined 8 revolution essence culturing pill in public. The essence culturing pill was just a simple pill. It was the right pill for Yangchen's first attempt to break through to the 8 revolution essence culturing pill. Yangchen gave all the essence culturing pills to Gong Sunling, and Yangchen announced that he would go into seclusion again to break through to the 8 revolution Ganoderma lucidum jade pill. This time, the Joint Command Center was facing a formidable enemy. The area within 10 miles of Master Yang's seclusion place was completely blocked. No one was allowed to disturb Master Yang's alchemy. Countless alchemists hoped that they could observe Master Yang's alchemy. Unfortunately, the only one allowed by Yangchen to accompany him was Tao Junki. While Yangchen was refining pills, the major sect had begun to communicate with Chunyang Palace, Wang Yong and Yangchen's wives and concubines. The purpose was to obtain the 8 revolution Ganoderma lucidum jade pill, refined by Yangchen. Chapter 2374. From the beginning of the 6th grade, Yangchen's Lingji mushroom jade pill was already recognized as a life-saving medicine in the spiritual world. Many cultivators were seriously injured, and they all relied on the 6th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill to save their lives. Of course, only the one refined by Master Yangchen himself was the real life-saving medicine, although the one refined by ordinary alchemists was also a 6th revolution Ganoderma mushroom jade pill. The effect was several times worse than that refined by Yangchen. Even the 6th revolution Ganoderma mushroom jade pill, refined by Yangchen, had surpassed the 7th revolution Ganoderma mushroom jade pill, refined by ordinary alchemists. A 6th revolution Dan was already like this. How powerful would an 8th revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill be? Perhaps the injury of Lin Zongxuan, a peak golden immortal, could be easily healed. By now, no cultivator would doubt whether Yangchen could refine the 8th revolution Ganoderma mushroom jade pill. The only uncertainty was the time. However, it seemed that all the sect hoped that the time would be a little longer, so that they could find a way to make up for the previous gap, and then get the 8th revolution pill refined by Master Yang according to the previous cooperation method. The consequences of the previous wrong choice were immediately revealed at this moment. As expected, Wuji Demon School was received by Chunyang Palace in a grand manner. It was still the same as before. They easily and cheaply got the reserve pills, and the quantity was twice as much as before. The sect master of Wuji Demon School, who got the news, couldn't stop smiling. The representatives of the 4 sects of Taoism, Yin Yang Demon School, and Samsara Valley were treated differently. They could ask for pills, but the price had to be increased by 50% according to the highest price of the Wanbao Tower, and the quantity was only 1/5 of the previous practice. Regarding this result, the representatives of several sects also smiled bitterly in their hearts, but they had to accept the distribution of Chunyang Palace. After all, compared with the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect, at least they could get pills. Even if the price was a little higher and the quantity was a little less, they would not go back empty-handed. The most unlucky ones were the sect led by the Ghostine sect, who had targeted Yangqin at that time. Basically, their trip was in vain. Even if the price was multiplied by 10, they would not be able to get a single pill, let alone a slightly more expensive pill. But even though they knew they couldn't get anything, they had no choice but to come. If he didn't come this time because of his face, then he would probably never be able to get any pills from Grandmaster Yang's hands in the future. No matter what, she had to give him enough face. Of course, this was also the first step to slowly repairing their relationship. Even if they couldn't buy the pills refined by Grandmaster Yang, they could still consider the pills refined by Grandmaster Yang's personal disciple, Mo Chunmei, and at a high price. Isn't a relationship formed through little by little contact? If it didn't work this time, there would be a next time. There would always be a day when things would improve. Relatively speaking, it was relatively easy for those super sects whose golden immortals had already died, such as the Great Wilderness sect. Although the death of the golden immortal grandmaster had a great impact on the status of their sect, it was also because of this that when they dealt with Yangqin before, they didn't even have the right to express their opinions. Without the right to express their opinions, they naturally didn't participate in the selection. If they didn't participate in the selection, they would not offend Yangqin and Chunyang Palace, which was a blessing in misfortune. When these sect representatives came to ask for pills, Chunyang Palace did not deliberately make things difficult for them. They still promised 1/5 of the previous quantity, and the price was also based on the highest price at the auction of Wanbao Tower, which was cheaper than the 4 sects of Taoism. To be honest, this was a very sincere price, and these sects were naturally overjoyed. Compared with the depression of the sect, the palace master of Chunyang Palace and Grandmaster Wangyong were the happiest. Grandmaster Wangyong's resentment of being sealed in the Joint Command Conference had also been vented. He was not allowed to express any opinions in the Joint Command Conference before. Now, not only did he have an important seat, but the island master would also solemnly ask for his opinion on some matters. His status had improved a lot. The palace master was not happy that the major sect had come to seek cooperation to repair the relationship. He was happy that Chunyang Palace was getting closer and closer to the strength of a super sect. In the past, Chunyang Palace was not valued because the strength of the sect was poor. However, under the leadership of Yangqin, a disciple who made all the core high-level members of Chunyang Palace satisfied, he first married Fairy Qingyin and brought tens of thousands of disciples of all levels, then brought several Xian immortal masters, and finally accepted the remaining disciples of Xiantian sect. A few decades ago, Chunyang Palace was already the strongest first-class sect except for those super sect. The reason why it had not been able to enter the ranks of the super sect was that its top combat effectiveness was still insufficient, and the other was that its foundation was insufficient. These two problems had recently begun to gradually disappear. As Chunyang Palace gained more and more loyalty from the disciples of Xiantian sect, the problem of the foundation was basically no longer a big problem after receiving the huge inheritance of Xiantian sect. As for the top combat effectiveness, their own disciple Yangqin put down 6 golden immortal masters with his bare hands. What else was there to say? If this was not enough, Gong Sunling, who had the Mountain River geographical map, at least would not be worse than any golden immortal of a super sect. Not to mention the combat effectiveness of the younger generation. Except for a few core high-level members themselves, none of Yangqin's pro-disciples were easy to deal with. Even those friends of Yangqin, Shikuei, Xiasha, Hoyun, Old Tree Demon Laning, Duqian, Shanghai Feng, Wang Yuan, and so on, all swallowed Tianyuan pills. Any one of them would be famous in the future. After occupying the vast territory of Xiantian sect, even the last bottleneck that limited the development of Chunyang Palace disappeared without a trace. Chunyang Palace in the mortal world had already grown into a behemoth, and now Chunyang Palace had a steady stream of reserves. The above did not count the core cave residents of the sect, which could be said to be the safest in the spiritual world. The cave residents in the belly of the great principal golden immortal earth dragon could guarantee that even if several major sect joined forces, they might not be able to break it. With so many advantages gathered together, if the pure Yang Palace could not steadily enter the ranks of the super sects, then what the head of the palace did was too much of a failure. Everything that the palace master thought of seemed to be related to Yang Qin. In other words, no matter how many other things there were, as long as there was a disciple like Yang Qin, it was better than anything else. Master Yang's 8th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was finally released. After the news was confirmed, the morale of the entire spiritual world directly soared. No matter how the major sects accepted the retribution for their previous wrong decision, the cultivators of the spiritual realm now had one more 8th revolution pill refinement master and an extremely powerful life-saving medicine. This was simply good news that could boost the morale of the cultivators of the spiritual realm in the war against Zhao Clan. All the cultivators were full of confidence. It could be said that the war against the Zhao family had begun to favor the side of the joint command. Chapter 2375. According to this trend, as long as it continued, the balance of the war would tilt to the side of the spiritual world sooner or later. No matter how strong the Zhao family was, they were now trapped in the demon realm and had to face the harassment of powerful demon beasts. Their strength was always being consumed. The longer the time dragged on, the weaker the Zhao family would be. All the cultivators in the joint command were very optimistic, feeling that victory was slowly coming to them. The Zhao family had fallen into a desperate situation. They were forced to compete with Gong Sunling in the refinement of the demon realm. They believed that when the demon realm was completely refined by the two, it would be the beginning of the decisive battle. The Zhao family would not attack at this time because the golden immortal experts of the Zhao family were all injured by Zhou Sheng's self-explosion when they destroyed the Xiantian sect. They didn't have a powerful alchemist like Grandmaster Yang, so it was naturally impossible for them to have any effective healing pills. Before these golden immortal experts recovered, the Zhao family would not make a move. Almost all the cultivators in the spiritual world who paid attention to the war situation of the Zhao family thought so. So everyone was very relaxed. Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map had become recognized as the best training ground at this stage. In the buffer zone between the Zhao family and the buffer zone, there are countless real enemies for them to kill. If they really couldn't beat the enemy, as long as they could run back to their respective territories, they would be safe and sound. It was unknown how many people were now concentrated in this area, taking advantage of this good opportunity to improve themselves on the real battlefield. The major sects also arranged for their disciples to gain experience in this place. On the one hand, they could really kill the enemy and accumulate credit. On the other hand, it was indeed a great opportunity to train. After this decisive battle, who knew if there would be a better opportunity than this in the future? One had to know that the training ground already existed in name, and it would no longer exist in the future. And in the demon realm, there were 2 experts' spatial magic treasures to be divided. When the time came, would they have to enter other people's magic treasures to train? Since they were fighting against real experts of the Zhao family, casualties were naturally inevitable. However, as long as the cultivators were not fools and didn't choose cultivators who were not at the same level as them, they could basically still achieve the purpose of training. If they were injured, as long as they didn't try to be brave and return to their own territory in time, there would be no danger. Those who died were basically those who couldn't see the situation clearly or fell for the other party's tricks. Naturally, there were also casualties among the Zhao clan's cultivators. They seemed to be training with the same mindset. For both sides to make such a move on the eve of the decisive battle, it really made people somewhat speechless. The Joint Command side was also very relaxed. After letting go of those greedy thoughts, all parties found that the situation was really suddenly clear. There were no longer those things that should not have been there. Everything showed that the destruction of the Zhao family was already within reach. Ghost Yin sect, Ghost Soul sect, and the other sects did not hold back either, especially when they knew that the golden immortal grand masters of their respective sect had been cured by Yangqin with an 8th revolution Ganoderma mushroom jade pill. They had no objection. Those golden immortal experts were only trapped in the mountain river geographical map and could not come out. They were not dead. In the buffer zone battles on both sides, there were often cultivators who saw their figures. This was also good. Without those unrealistic ambitions, the 6 golden immortal experts could focus on fighting the enemy. Under their concentration, their efficiency had increased by a lot. A few sect masters were worried at first, and specially entered the mountain river geographical map to take a look. But unfortunately, they did not see a few golden immortal grand masters in the mountain river geographical map. Instead, they saw them in the buffer zone with the Zhao family. No one knew that these golden immortals and those sect masters were not in the same world in the mountain river geographical map. If they wanted to meet in the mountain river geographical map, unless all the sect masters ascended, the 6 golden immortals seemed to have accepted their fate, unless they stayed in the buffer zone. As long as they returned to the mountain river geographical map, the 6 of them would appear alone in an area there was no one else. This should be Yang Chen's punishment for them. After these 6 guys thought about it, they did not think too much about it. Anyway, as long as they did not want to die, it was just a small punishment for offending people. It was too easy. Everything seemed to be on the right track. But suddenly a change happened. All the cultivators thought that the decisive battle would be decades later, but the fact was not so. Suddenly, the space magic treasures controlled by both sides collided violently again. This was not the initiative of Gong Sunling, but the action of the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family. Gong Sunling was passively fighting, and in a hurry, she also had to take care of the cultivators who were in the buffer zone, so she suffered a big loss at the beginning. Originally, the refining area of Gong Sunling was smaller than that of the opponent. Fortunately, she had the backing of the entire demon realm and the heavenly tribulation of the 2 realms, so she was still evenly matched in the head-on collision. It was just that when the Zhao family launched their attack, they did not care about the life and death of the cultivators in the middle buffer zone. All their enemies were in a nest, and their momentum and mentality were much stronger than that of Gong Sunling. As for Gong Sunling, when she found that something was wrong, she first had to take care of the cultivators who were in the middle of the trial, so she did not have the upper hand in the beginning. Boom, boom, boom in the violent sound, it was still the same kind of movement that was like a landslide. If it were not for the fact that Gong Sunling had taken the initiative to send the cultivators far away from the edge of the buffer zone, even a Heaven Immortal expert would be squeezed into a meat paste in such a collision. Countless cultivators watched the scene from afar, dumbfounded. They did not understand why the Zhao family would suddenly attack at this time. When they calmed down and thought about it carefully, they understood the difficulties of the Zhao family. According to the previous development trend, the cultivators of the spirit realm would have the upper hand. Although the Zhao family had refined the spirit realm many years earlier, their speed was not as fast as Gong Sunling's geographical map of mountains and rivers. As long as one was not a fool, he or she knew that giving Gong Sunling time meant that Gong Sunling's advantage would grow. On the contrary, the earlier they launched the decisive battle, the greater the advantage the Zhao family would have. The only thing that they did not understand was that the other party did not care about the life and death of the cultivators of the Zhao family in the buffer zone. When they came up, they attacked indiscriminately, which was really puzzling. Fortunately, Gong Sunling's geographical map of mountains and rivers had a deep foundation. Overall, she still surpassed the opponent. After snatching back the last cultivator who could be snatched back, she finally stopped worrying and began to recklessly collide with the opponent. This time it was really an accident, so unexpected that Gong Sunling even snatched back most of the cultivators of the Zhao family in the buffer zone. For the time being, she could not understand the mentality of the other party, but Gong Sunling still pulled herself together and fought with the enemy. Chapter 2376. The demon realm was a world of the same level as the spiritual realm, so it was born to be a level higher than the demon realm. However, the Mountain River geographical map did not fall behind because of this. Just the living soil that Yang Chen relied on the demonic energy to accelerate was 5 times the size of the original demon realm. Gong Sunling didn't even have to compete with the opponent in terms of quality. She could crush the opponent with quantity. In the collision, the space of the two sides constantly collided, constantly penetrated each other, and constantly refined and absorbed each other. The Mountain River geographical map absorbed a lot of space of the demon realm, and the other party also absorbed a lot of land of the demon realm. Yang Chen suddenly realized that in a short period of time, due to the accumulation of a large amount of demonic qi in the living soil, it was unlikely that cultivators could live and cultivate normally in that space. In other words, that space was actually still a barren land until now. The reason was very simple, because the concentration of demonic energy was too high, and it was impossible to reduce a part of it to a suitable concentration by diluting it with the Mountain River geographical map. However, wasn't there a ready-made opportunity for the other party to use the demon realm to help dilute it? The third primordial spirit immediately began to control the colliding part and replaced it with that part of the living soil space. When colliding, it showed a flaw, almost like sending the space over. It took the initiative to give some of the demon realm living soil to the other party to refine. As for Gong Sunling and the 3 dragon spirits, they went all out and devoted themselves to refining the space of the demon realm. As expected, the enemy was fooled, and suddenly found that Gong Sunling seemed to have signs of instability in control at the edge of the collision area. How could she not seize this opportunity to strengthen herself and weaken the enemy? She immediately began to refine it with all her might. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had adapted to the aura of the demon realm for many years. It could be said that they were quite used to the strong demonic energy. Even if it had an impact, the impact on their current cultivation was not very big. As long as they had not reached the core area of the demon realm, everything was very simple. However, it was clear that this was the first time the other party had come into contact with the extremely dense demonic energy. At first, the other party didn't think much of it. However, after absorbing it for a while, he immediately realized that something was amiss. It should be known that the devil qi that gave birth to the living soil came from the core of the devil realm, the part of the devil qi sea that was connected to the immortal realm. The devil qi was so thick that it was even turned into liquid and solid by the powerful devil qi. Even if the living soil absorbed and solidified it, the density of the devil qi was not fake. This level of devil qi had given Yang Chen a headache in the past, and that was after Yang Chen had refined the entrance to the devil realm and had been influenced by devil qi for many years. It was obvious that this was the first time the other party had come into contact with demonic qi of this degree. In fact, it was his first time coming into contact with demonic qi, and he immediately suffered. Earlier on, because Yang Chen had deliberately exposed a flaw, the other party had absorbed and refined it as quickly as possible. Yang Chen directly sent all the bordering parts of more than hundreds of thousands of miles over. When the other party was refining, Yang Chen also consciously suppressed the eruption of devil qi. Only when the other party had successfully refined it did Yang Chen's third primordial spirit release the suppression, allowing the devil qi to wreak havoc mercilessly. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of miles of land was covered with thick, viscous, liquid-like devil qi, and the other party's movements suddenly became sluggish. The landslides and cracks in the bordering areas between the two sides suddenly disappeared, leaving only a calm mountain peak. Strangely, all the mountain peaks were black in color, and a thick demonic liquid was rapidly flowing from one side of the geographical map to the other side. Wherever the black torrent went, it was like a great flood that had not been seen in 1,000 years, destroying everything. Anything that stood in the way of the black torrent was mercilessly submerged and then disappeared strangely. The impact of the rich devil chi was so great that the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family had to put down everything and fight with all his strength. He even stopped the work of refining the demon realm in other directions. Gong Sunling seized this rare opportunity and mobilized the power of all the cultivators in the geographical map, including the power of the disciples of the sect who had been training in the geographical map, to refine the demon realm with all his strength. In the past, Gong Sunling did not dare to borrow the power of these disciples for fear that they would discover the abnormality inside. However, it was a pity that she could not borrow the power of tens of millions of experts of all levels. Now, she finally took advantage of the collision between the two sides to openly borrow the power of these cultivators. Even if those cultivators noticed that something was wrong, they could push the blame to the experts of the Zhao family. The collision between the two sides could not be without any impact, so it was normal for them to feel some discomfort. From the time the other party came into contact with the devil chi to slowly regaining control and eliminating the influence, it took more than 10 days. During these 10 days, the third primordial spirit controlled the devil chi to invade thousands of miles into the other party's territory. Invading thousands of miles on the front line of hundreds of thousands of miles, this territory was simply unimaginably large. When the Dragon Clan experts of the Zhao family found that they could only temporarily eliminate the influence of the devil chi, but could not suppress and control it, they decisively gave up this area. This territory, which was almost comparable to the territory of a big sect, was given to Gong Sunling. Of course, the third primordial spirit would not be polite. Such a big gift, if it was refined normally, it would probably take some time. Since the other party had sent it, it would not hesitate to accept it. This area had been contaminated with devil chi, which was equivalent to being completely assimilated by the aura of the demon realm. For the mountain river geographical map of the entire demon realm, refining it was effortless. In a short month of confrontation, the geographical map of the mountain river once again gained the upper hand, and the other party once again stopped attacking and turned to defense. It may be that the devil chi made the other party a little uncomfortable, and he could not maintain further active attacks. Gong Sunling was somewhat unreasonable. The other party took the initiative to retreat, but Gong Sunling turned the tables and attacked frantically. Since he had the upper hand, he would not let this advantage disappear easily until he had enough benefits. This time, the Zhao family did not let Gong Sunling expand the advantage, but retreated significantly, leaving a large area of the demon realm space that had not been refined, but he disappeared without a trace. Yangchen had no good way to deal with this. Unless both sides refined the entire demon realm, the other party would always have a place to hide. What he should do at the moment was to try his best to refine more demon realm and grab more resources. However, Yangchen also found some very suspicious things from this collision, and he was puzzled. If it weren't for the geographical map of the mountain river, Yangchen would even suspect that this was a big trap of the other party. How could there be a reason to ignore the life and death of their own disciples before the decisive battle? Moreover, there was a more obvious phenomenon, that is, since the first contact between the two sides, the geographical map of the mountain river hardly collected a single monster. Chapter 2377. The demon beasts that were affected by the pure demon aura were unique creatures in the demon realm and were also the culprits of the demonic tribulation in the spiritual realm many years ago. The demon beasts without intelligence were very similar to the crazy demon beasts of the demonic tribulation, except that their cultivation level was higher. Like the crazy demon beasts, as long as they entered the mountain river geographical map, they began to face the tribulation from the mortal world and ascended to the spiritual realm. Basically, all of them had active intelligence and became real demon cultivators. Relying on this channel alone, there were no less than millions of demon beasts in the mountain river geographical map who became demon cultivators. but compared with the huge number of demon beasts in the demon realm, it was just a drop in the ocean. The problem was here. When Gong Sunling began to refine the demon realm, she could also directly collect the demon beasts in the space into the mountain river geographical map. But after the first collision with the master of the Zhao family, those demon beasts seemed to have disappeared without a trace overnight, and not many were collected. It was not that there was no demon beasts, but there were only a few that slipped through the net occasionally. Most of the demon beasts seemed to have been collected in advance, which was really strange. In this case, there seemed to be only one possibility. That was, all the demon beasts had been collected one step ahead of time. Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map could have such an effect, and the spatial magic weapon refined by the other party should have a similar function. As long as one entered the other party's spatial magic weapon, they basically became the other party's slave, especially these demon beasts without intelligence, which were almost the easiest to control. Like Gong Sunling, if she wanted to control the cultivators in the mountain river geographical map, at least her cultivation level must be higher than the other party. Otherwise, at most, she could only imprison them, but not control them. The strength of the master of the dragon clan was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, so it was easy for him to control the demon beasts in the demon realm. Yang Chen had now begun to suspect that the demon beasts that appeared in the spiritual realm during the demonic tribulation were simply collected into the spatial magic weapon by the master of the Zhao family and then released into the spiritual realm. Otherwise, they would not maintain that kind of crazy attack. Later, in the calamity of magic medicine, the magic medicine was simply a means to control the demon beasts in the spatial magic treasure. Otherwise, why would the demon beasts not attack when they smelled the magic medicine? The ultimate goal of the Zhao family was to refine the three realms. The greatest use of the demonic tribulation in the spiritual realm was to taint the spiritual realm with the aura of the demon realm. However, the demon realm had not been refined yet. So what was the point of being tainted with the aura of the demon realm? On the other hand, those demon beasts had been domesticated by the experts of the Dragon Clan in the spatial magic treasure for a period of time, so it was true that they were contaminated with the aura of the spatial magic treasure. This was in line with the characteristics of making it easier to refine the spiritual world in the future. This was the only explanation that made sense. Yang Chen had been busy with other things before, so he hadn't noticed this. Only when he communicated with his third primordial spirit again did he realize the crux of the matter. As for the fact that the Dragon Clan experts of the Zhao family did not distinguish between friend and foe when they attacked, this made Yang Chen even more puzzled. The matter of the demonic beasts could still be roughly deduced, but they didn't even let their own people go. What was going on? Could it be that something had happened within the Zhao family? Did the experts of the Dragon Clan and the Zhao family not deal with each other? After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the experts of the Dragon Clan attacked indiscriminately. At this point, the direction of Yang Chen's guess was correct. There was indeed a problem within the Zhao family. However, the problem was not with the cultivators of the Zhao family fighting in the buffer zone on the front line, but with Yang Lan. Among the core high-level members of the Zhao family, only one had not been secretly controlled by Yang Lan, but this did not prevent Yang Lan from secretly controlling the Zhao family. Through the experts under his control, Yang Lan arranged a series of actions that were in line with his interests. Perhaps God's arrangement was to make the Zhao family unlucky. They never thought that the family would send experts to attack the Shantian sect. After paying the price of the casualties of the family's disciples, they brought back a small cultivator who they thought was a chess piece against the Shantian sect. Instead, he would become a big problem within the Zhao family. What was even worse was that at this point, they still hadn't noticed it. The sudden attack of the experts of the Dragon Clan was not the intention of the Zhao family patriarch, but Yang Lan. Of course, the explanation for the high-level members of the Zhao family was a tentative attack to understand the strength of the sect in the spiritual world so that they could make corresponding arrangements. The deeper purpose was to blatantly eliminate the dissidents. The people of the Zhao family would never know that those who were killed by the experts of the Dragon Clan were all loyal to the Zhao family, who seemed to be stubborn in Yang Lan's eyes. They were also the confidants of the last high-level members of the family who had not yet been controlled by him. The remaining high-level members of the Zhao family were very careful. Yang Lan could not easily succeed, which also led to Yang Lan not being able to complete the full control of the Zhao family. Yang Lan, this guy, was absolutely ruthless when he was ruthless. Since he couldn't be used by himself, then he was an enemy, and there would be no exception. Don't look at how the Zhao family was strictly Yang Lan's savior, but Yang Lan never put this kindness in his heart. This innately cold fellow could never change his true nature. After discovering that control was hopeless, Yang Lan began to intentionally or unintentionally arrange for people to take turns to go to the front line to gain experience. The cultivators of the major sect were gaining experience. Wasn't the Zhao family the same? Then, after waiting for a few rounds, when it was the turn of the people in the room to go out, Yang Lan suddenly ordered the experts of the Dragon Clan to launch an attack regardless of the enemy. The effect was very outstanding. The people of the Zhao family instantly lost 70% to 80%. The news from the feedback from the experts of the Dragon Clan was that Gong Sunling suddenly launched an attack, and the rescue was too late, which brought casualties to the disciples of the sect. Not only that, the other party's demonic energy was so powerful that the experts of the Dragon Clan lost hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The only remaining force that was not controlled by Yang Lan was greatly damaged, and the right to speak among the high-level members of the Zhao family was also much smaller. The world was really so realistic. When there was power, the voice would be loud, and when there was no power, it would be much quieter. Yang Lan couldn't directly kill that person. That was the head of the second branch, second only to the patriarch, and he must not be taken lightly. Anyway, after this time, the other party's power was greatly damaged, and he would slowly target him in the future. It wouldn't be long before the entire Zhao family would no longer be the Zhao family, and it would change its surname to Yang. Although he didn't have the kind of majestic style that stood in front of people, Yang Lan, who had experienced several escapes from death, could disguise himself better than anyone else. Even if he now controlled more than 80% of the power of the Zhao family, he was still the little cultivator surnamed Yang, who was grateful for the life-saving grace of the Zhao family. From time to time, he would give some ideas to the main family, which was his repayment to the main family. Chapter 2378. Although this attack was to eliminate the dissidents, Yang Lan also had reasons to attack. One of the main ones was that Yang Chen had become an 8th grade alchemist master and refined the 8th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. This news was obtained by Yang Lan from one of his puppets. The puppet was a high-level member of the monster race. It was secretly controlled by Yang Lan, but it had never been found out. At any time, there were always privileged people. Some high-level members of the sect thought that they would never have the chance to contact Yang Lan, so they would never be controlled by Yang Lan. When the entire spiritual world began to secretly search from the top, this guy had just been hit by Yang Lan's means and became a puppet. With this kind of high-level identity, the cultivators below would never dare to doubt him easily. When he made it clear that he did not want to be insulted by the inspection, those cultivators naturally did not dare to do anything to him. In fact, every sect has such an existence. It depends on whether he is aware of it or not. Just like Yang Chen of the Chuning Palace, no one would believe that he would be controlled by Yang Lan and become a puppet. However, Yang Chen was very conscious. He would take the initiative to let people check. With the cover of the virtual sea of consciousness, no one could find that he had been related to Yang Lan. However, not every cultivator had the ability of Yang Chen. Every sect, master personally, took the lead in the inspection. In this case, there were still some people who were unwilling to be inspected. They felt that being inspected was an insult to themselves. Therefore, there were several high-level members of each sect who had not been inspected. Among the high-level members who had not been inspected, The one in the monster race happened to be Yang Lan's puppet. After experiencing the destruction of tens of thousands of puppets before, Yang Lan did things more covertly. He no longer controlled these puppets to do things, but relied on them to be his eyes and ears, and knew some information about the Joint Command. This was how the news of Yang Chen was leaked. Fortunately, Yang Chen's fight against 6 Golden Immortal Masters was not leaked, because Yang Lan was busy with other things at that time. When he wanted to inquire, everyone was shocked by the 8th grade medicinal pill. There was actually an 8th grade alchemist in the spiritual world, and it was Yang Chen. After Yang Lan learned the news, his heart was filled with joy and anger. He was angry that Yang Chen, the son of his own tenant, who he had always looked down upon, was much higher than his own achievements. How could the narrow-minded Yang Lan not be jealous? How could he not be angry? He was happy that Yang Chen was already secretly under his control. No matter how high Yang Chen's achievements were, he was still his pawn, his puppet. He could control Yang Chen to do whatever he wanted at any time. Fortunately, Yang Lan, who was jealous, was rational and knew what an 8th grade alchemist master meant in the spiritual world. Under such circumstances, he could not easily expose the puppet Yang Chen. Otherwise, everything he had done would have been for naught. According to Yang Chen's development speed, it was not impossible for him to become a 9th grade alchemist in the future. When he thought that as long as he controlled Yang Chen to fly to the immortal world, he would soon be able to enjoy the happiness of the 9 revolutions, Golden Dan, Yang Lan couldn't help but show a happy smile on his face. This was a treasure, and it couldn't be easily damaged. Fortunately, Yang Chen's status was high enough that no one noticed that he was a puppet. Of course, this was also related to the arrangements made by Yang Lan. He shaped Yang Chen into a life and death enemy of the Zhao family. Naturally, no one would doubt Yang Chen. Yang Lan thought that all this was his own credit. He didn't know that Yang Chen was secretly laughing at the group of Yang Lan's spiritual awareness imprint in his virtual sea of consciousness. What Yang Lan wanted to know from him was all what Yang Chen wanted him to know. What he didn't want him to know, Yang Lan couldn't touch it at all. Successfully controlling 80% of the power of the Zhao family and also controlling Yang Chen, the 8th grade alchemist, Yang Lan began to have ideas about the Golden Immortal Masters of the Zhao family. Those Golden Immortal Masters were still injured. Although the injuries were not enough to affect the battle, the injuries were still injuries, and there would always be an impact. If he could get the 8 revolutions Lingji mushroom jade pill from Yang Chen, he would be able to cure those Golden Immortals easily. If he controlled Yang Chen, there would be a continuous supply of 8 revolutions medicinal pills. But the Golden Immortal Masters have not yet been controlled by Yang Lan, which was a pity. The good news was that those Golden Immortal Masters were injured, and it would be easier to have ideas about them. In addition, the Master of the Dragon Clan was also under his control. If the 2 sides cooperate, it was likely to take down these Golden Immortal Masters and make them his own puppets. The bad news was that the Golden Immortal Masters were Golden Immortal Masters. If the timing was not good, I am afraid that it would bring disaster to himself. Not every time he had such good luck, he could control every Golden Immortal Master like he did with the Master of the Dragon Clan. Of course, as long as there was a Master of the Dragon Clan, he could basically be in an invincible position. At least even if he failed, he still had a way out. Entering the spatial magic treasure of the Master of the Dragon Clan was the safest place. Even Yang Lan found that he had another way out that was Yang Chen's side. Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was a powerful treasure that was comparable to the spatial magic treasure of the Master of the Dragon Clan. As long as he controlled Yang Chen, the Mountain River geographical map would belong to Yang Lan sooner or later. Both spatial magic treasures were under his control. Basically, Yang Lan could already conclude that the spiritual world in the future would definitely be his own. Whether it was the Master of the Dragon Clan refining the Demon Realm or Gong Sunling refining the Demon Realm, the nature was the same. He indirectly controlled the Demon Realm. As long as he controlled the entire demon realm, would controlling the entire spiritual world be far away? Yanglan had been in the Zhao family for so long. How could he not find out the ultimate goal of the Zhao family? The Zhao family had prepared for so long, paid so much hard work, paid so many resources, and paid so many children's lives. Wasn't it just to control the three realms? Unfortunately, the Zhao family did not count Yanglan's head. Everything, in the end, was a wedding dress for Yanglan. In the previous collision, the master of the Zhao family had been sure that the demon realm had been refined by Gong Sunling, which also meant that as long as Gong Sunling was willing, it was not a problem to control the mortal world. When the spiritual world was also controlled by the master of the Dragon Clan, or Gong Sunling, then the mortal world and the spiritual world were all in Yanglan's hands. At that time, he would ascend to the immortal world with the power to control the two worlds. Yang Chun would become a 9th grade alchemist master, and the immortal executioner stage would also be controlled by Yanglan. It would not be a dream to sweep the immortal world, unify the three realms, become the lord of the three realms. The real Jade Emperor and all the cultivators would be at his feet. What kind of prestige was that? Maybe it was time to use the big killer weapon of the Zhao family to hit the spiritual world hard. Yanglan looked forward to a better future in his heart, and at the same time began to take every step under his feet. Chapter 2379. The Zhao family has been secretly ambushed in the spiritual world for no less than hundreds of thousands of years, even longer than some big sect. The scale of the subsidiary sect developed secretly in the spiritual world has exceeded that of any super sect. The sect cultivators and industries related to the Zhao family are all over the spiritual world. In such a situation, even if the Zhao family had only made some arrangements out of security concerns from the very beginning, it was enough to make people shocked. What's more, as early as a long time ago, the Zhao family had already begun to plot against the demon realm and the monster realm. How could they not make arrangements as early as possible? Yang Chen rescued the dragon puppet, Old Dragon Sea, Old Bug, and the others. Those large-scale sealing arrays were deliberately arranged by the Zhao family. It was a prerequisite preparation for refining the entire spiritual world. Even with this kind of arrangement, how could the Zhao family not have any backup means? Now that the Zhao family was isolated in the monster realm and could not leave, how could the Zhao family not have any preparation? However, it was not the point of life and death of the Zhao family. The Zhao family would never use this last means. Their biggest and most fundamental purpose was to refine the three realms. If this means was used, perhaps the cultivators of the spiritual world would lose at least 99% or even 100%. This was not in line with the fundamental interests of the Zhao family. This arrangement was not found out by Yanglan, but he guessed it based on the way the Zhao family acted before. After coming to this conclusion of speculation, he went to explore consciously, and then when the patriarch accidentally spilled the beans, he found out the place where the secret was stored. The patriarch of the Zhao family didn't seem to think there was any big problem with this. He didn't have the thought of killing the family secret after it was known by an outsider. The place where this secret was stored was the top secret of the Zhao family. It belonged to the kind of top secret place that even the patriarch himself was not allowed to approach. There were several ancestors of the Zhao family who had not ascended to heaven guarding it. Unless the patriarch of the Zhao family came in person, it was impossible to enter. Such a secret was obviously the real core secret of the Zhao family. It was even more important than the golden immortal masters arranged by the immortal world. Perhaps by mastering this secret, he could really control the Zhao family. For the sake of this secret, Yang Qin had spent a long time arranging it. He had sent people to infiltrate and carefully probed. Because the master of the Zhao family who guarded this secret had a very high cultivation base, Yanglan had to focus on this matter. Even the feat of Yang Qin fighting 6 golden immortal masters alone some time ago could not be known from his high-level puppet. After a lot of effort, Yanglan finally succeeded in making one of the Zhao family ancestors his own puppet. When he saw the secret through the old ancestor's eyes, he was ecstatic. His efforts over such a long period of time had not been in vain. That secret was truly worthy of his efforts, and it was also worth looking forward to. However, looking forward to it, the rational Yanglan did not want to use this secret one day. Once that technique was used, it could practically destroy most of the spiritual realm. This kind of method of destroying jade and stone was not really necessary to be used at the last moment. Yanglan did not want himself or the Zhao family to use this from the bottom of his heart. It was best to use conventional means to solve all the problems. That was the way to maximize the benefits. If he really destroyed most of the spiritual realm and destroyed all the cultivators, even if he really got the spiritual realm, what was the point of that? Even the cultivators were killed, and there were certainly not many aborigines left. Only a few of his own people would be left. At that time, Yanglan estimated that he would be truly alone. Sometimes it was better to die than to live alone. But then again, it was precisely because of such a reassuring guarantee that the Zhao family could still maintain a strong fighting spirit in any unfavorable situation. Even now, seeing that the strength of the Joint Commander was getting stronger and stronger, they still maintained their own rhythm and did not waver. Except for Yanglan's decision to let the Dragon Clan Master kill a group of dissidents. Basically, the Zhao family did not care how much territory Gong Sunling could grab. In the same way, this secret also gave Yanglan a great confidence guarantee. The secret was not only related to the Zhao family, but also to the Dragon Clan Master. It was also related to many previous sects in the spiritual realm. Once it was launched, even the Dragon Clan Master at the peak of the Golden Immortal could not stop it and could not resist it. This gave Yanglan the capital to control the Dragon Clan Master. Yanglan did not need to use this ultimate weapon to speed up the process, so he could rest assured and boldly let the Zhao family patriarch play and continue to act according to the original plan. What Yanglan had to do was to try his best to let all the people of the Zhao family twist into a rope, work together to fight against the Joint Commander, and finally reap the benefits. Don't stand out, don't try to be brave. Sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The happy days were beckoning to him, not far away. In contrast to the leisurely and happy Yanglan, a group of high-level members of the Joint Command were nervous. What was the matter with the sudden attack of the Zhao family? What was the arrangement behind it? What was the meaning of the retreat after a month? Before they figured it out, they were all nervous and defensive. Fortunately, Gong Sunling was treated in time during the sudden attack. More than half of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who were practicing at that time were snatched back, and the loss was less than 10,000 people. This was enough to let the high-level members breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the loss was not big, everything else was fine. As for the injuries and disabilities, this was no longer a big problem. After the high-level members carefully understood the details, they were all in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Gong Sunling controlled it in time. Otherwise, the loss this time could make the entire Joint Command cry. At this time, thinking about the previous actions of the Golden Immortal Masters of the Ghostine sect, it seemed even more incomprehensible. If they really let the 6 Golden Immortal Masters succeed at that time, when the incident happened, everyone must be fighting for the control of the Mountain River geographical map. Under the restraint of each other, it was estimated that half of the hundreds of thousands of disciples could come back. This was the unanimous thought of all the high-level members of the Joint Command. Especially the Ghostine sect, Ghost sect, and other sects, they were in a cold sweat. There were no less than 400,000 people in their 6 sects who participated in the experience. If Gong Sunling held a grudge in her heart, it was estimated that none of these disciples would come back. At that time, the sect masters would directly cry and faint on the spot. There was never a moment when they felt that their own Golden Immortal Master was so hateful. Chapter 2380. In line with the concerns of the joint high-level leaders, Yongqin was also surprised. The sudden attack of the Zhao family was a bit inexplicable. He couldn't guess what the Zhao family wanted to do. However, what the Zhao family wanted to do had little effect on Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen and Gong Sunling persisted in their own pace, Yang Chen firmly believed that his side would be able to hold on to the final victory. This was not only because of Yang Chen's confidence in his own cultivation, but also in Gong Sunling's geographical map of Mountain River. Of course, more importantly, it was because of Brother Li Cheng's confidence. Since Yang Chen found a way to refine the Devil Realm, Brother Li Cheng had extraordinary confidence in Yang Chen. This confidence was passed on to Yang Chen, which made Yang Chen even more confident. In addition, Yang Chen had many expert friends. Lin Zhengyuan, Ao Lan, and Long Quang were already real golden immortals. His biggest support was Madame Bai and more than 1,000 experts, all of whom were at the level of true immortals. In times of crisis, they would definitely be able to turn the tide. Therefore, Yang Chen had never worried that he would fail. What he wanted to know now was why everything in front of him, the plot of the Zhao family, the disaster of the Three Realms, did not happen in his previous life. Perhaps it was because no one in his previous life knew that this would happen. The Zhao clan was very well hidden and had never appeared in front of any cultivators. Or it could be said that even if they appeared, no one knew who they were or what they were hiding. Naturally, there was no way to understand or even guard against them. In that kind of safe and undiscovered situation, the Zhao family did not need to take the risk to launch their own arrangements in advance. As long as they followed the plan of their ancestors, step by step, everything could be under their control. Everything that happened in this life seemed to have happened under his influence. The Zhao family in the mortal world was discovered by Yang Chen himself. Perhaps it was because of his rising reputation in the alchemy circle that the Zhao family wanted to recruit him. If it was him in his previous life, the Zhao family would probably not pay any attention to him if he knelt in front of the gate of the Zhao family's manor. Even if he managed to enter the Zhao clan's manor, it would be impossible for him to escape under the double lock of the powerful Devil Ceiling Formation and the profound dragon of a grade for earthly immortal. At the end of the day, it was precisely because he possessed many things in this life that he did not possess in his previous life that led to an uncontrollable variable in the Zhao family's plan. This caused everything to have to be rushed ahead of schedule, which led to the series of events that happened in this life. However, Yang Chen wasn't arrogant to the point of thinking that he was the key to everything. In reality, Yang Chen had long since understood that everything was Big Brother Li Cheng's ingenious arrangement. His first meeting with the Zhao family was on the island where Brother Li Cheng had arranged to meet him. In other words, it was Brother Li Cheng who had found the whereabouts of the Zhao family's mobile manor and deliberately arranged for him to go there. That was how the Zhao family took the bait. Of course, Yang Chen's own contribution couldn't go unnoticed. If he didn't have such a great reputation and the strength to break the Devil Ceiling Formation, the following things wouldn't have happened. In short, everything happened naturally under the circumstances of various coincidences and ingenious arrangements. From this point of view, the arrangement made by Brother Li Cheng to adapt to certain situations was really ingenious. With just a slight push, everything would happen naturally and irreversible. Perhaps this was the real way of a master. After figuring this out, Yang Chen suddenly had an understanding of a certain perspective of his own cultivation. Just like what Brother Li Cheng had done, except for some moments of life and death, he just took advantage of the situation at other times. With a slight push, all the situations were changed because of him. A real master would defeat everything in such a situation without showing his strength. A good fighter had no illustrious achievements. Brother Li Cheng really did it to the extreme. The same was true in cultivation. For example, Yang Chen was still in the process of perfecting the golden body tactics. He had always felt that it was not perfect enough. Every time he cultivated, he would always try to work towards a more perfect direction. But how could it be so easy to perfect the golden body tactics that had integrated so many cultivation methods? Yang Chen felt that he had reached his limit and there was no possibility of moving forward. But from the comparison of his previous life and the things he learned from Brother Li Cheng, Yang Chen suddenly understood why he had to perfect the golden body secret art to the point of perfection in a short period of time, sticking to the current direction and making slight modifications in the areas that he felt were flawed, just like how Big Brother Li Cheng did things. Gently pushing in a certain direction and developing the golden body incantation would naturally develop to a perfect state, just like how Big Brother Li Cheng did things. In the past, when Yang Chen integrated the golden body tactics, Yang Chen felt that it was like chopping a bamboo branch with great strength. But if he really encountered a hard point and it was beyond his strength, he had to stop. He could not move forward, nor could he retreat, which was very embarrassing. After understanding it, Yang Chen now felt that his cultivation was more like rowing a boat along a river. As long as he gently tapped the boat at a certain bend with a bamboo pole, the boat would naturally flow along the river to the sea. It was effortless and not forced, but the effect was surprisingly good. Tao Junkie, who had been accompanying Yang Chen, watched her husband close his eyes as if he was lost in thought. She was very sensible and guarded him vigilantly, but did not disturb Yang Chen. However, in just a few days, Yang Chen suddenly exuded a very comfortable aura. In the past, as long as she stayed by her husband's side, Tao Junkie would feel very at ease. But this time, Yang Chen gave Tao Junkie a feeling. It seemed that there was a more natural and unpretentious sense of intimacy, which made people want to get close to him from the bottom of their hearts and want to indulge in it. It was really comfortable. Even the murderous aura in Yang Chen's bones, which was brought about by refining the killing intent of so many executioners in the Valley of No Return some time ago, seemed to have disappeared. Yang Chen was Tao Junkie's husband. Even if there was that murderous aura, Tao Junkie would not be afraid, but now that the aura was gone, Tao Junkie liked it even more. Yang Chen finally opened his eyes, and there was a natural smile on his face. Looking at the grass and trees in front of him, it was so pleasing to the eye, not to mention his beautiful concubine, Fairy Junkie, who was smiling like a flower. With such a life, what more could he ask for? In just a few days, his cultivation had unknowingly entered the late stage of Xian Immortal and was close to the peak. His divine sense cultivation, which had not been loosened for a long time, also soared from the late stage of Almighty Immortal to the peak of Almighty Immortal. It should be known that if ordinary cultivators wanted to have such a progress, it would take at least 1,000 years or even longer to reach the peak of Almighty Immortal from the late stage of Almighty Immortal, and that was when the spiritual power cultivation had at least reached this realm. But Yang Chen had already reached the peak of Almighty Immortal when he was still in the Xian Immortal realm. Chapter 2381. For a long time, Yang Chen's cultivation had been improving. However, it only improved his spiritual power cultivation. The heavenly Yuan pill had an unparalleled effect on improving his spiritual power cultivation, but it was relatively limited in improving his state of mind and spiritual awareness. Fortunately, the heavenly Yuan pill was still the heavenly Yuan pill. Although the improvement was limited, it had one advantage. That was, the heavenly Yuan pill would improve his spiritual power cultivation and spiritual awareness cultivation in a balanced manner. When your spiritual power cultivation was promoted to the profound immortal level, your spiritual awareness cultivation would also be promoted to the profound immortal level. But like Yang Chen's family, their spiritual awareness cultivation was far higher than their spiritual power cultivation, so there was nothing they could do to improve their spiritual awareness. The women could only rely on Yang Chen's spiritual awareness dual cultivation with the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra to slowly improve. But even so, the speed of their improvement was already shocking. Yang Chen did not expect that the method he learned from Big Brother Li Cheng's way of doing things would have such an effect. He just encountered a bottleneck in the integration of the golden body secret art, so he tried to learn from Big Brother Li Cheng's method, but he did not expect to have such a surprise. Compared with the small achievement of improving his spiritual power cultivation close to the peak of the profound immortal, The spiritual awareness cultivation, reaching the peak of the great principle golden immortal, was really worth noting. Now, Yang Qin had greater confidence in defeating the Zhao family. Tao Junki was the first to feel the change in her husband, and the first to enjoy the joy of promotion with her husband. The first thing Yang Qin did after his realm was stabilized was to dual cultivate with Tao Junki so that she could also feel his joy. After the two sides collided with each other again, both sides calmed down. However, this peace did not last long, but only 2 months later, some cultivators in the spiritual world found something wrong. It was a small sect in a remote location, not even third-rate, with only a few hundred people. From top to bottom, the strongest one was only in the late Earth immortal stage, barely able to stand a foothold in the local area, but it was impossible for a small sect to have any big development. Basically, most of these sects could only attach themselves to other big sects and rely on the Meng-yin of the big sect to survive and develop. Their territory was very remote, and there was only one small Earth immortal level spiritual vein. If it weren't for the fact that there were a lot of indigenous people in the territory, they could still barely maintain it. They were afraid that it would have been like the Pure Yang Palace when the palace master just ascended. It would be in a precarious situation. The one who realized that something was wrong was the sect master with the highest cultivation in this small sect. His cultivation was low, so he was not qualified to be sent to the realm of monsters. He could only stay in the sect. This was good as well. He didn't have to risk his life. While cultivating, the sect leader suddenly realized that the Earth God grade spirit meridian in his sect seemed to be acting strangely. The spirit chi it provided was insufficient, and it continued to drop. After a month, the entire spirit meridian could no longer provide any spirit chi. The sect leader was taken aback. Without the only Earth God spiritual meridian, their sect would really be destitute. After inspecting it again, the sect leader found another abnormality. Even the mountain defense formation that they used spirit stones to set up lost its effect. One must know that spirit stones could steadily and continuously provide spirit chi to the formation. It was impossible for it to lose spirit chi like the spirit meridian. There was a big problem here. The sect leader was very sensitive. He knew that this was a critical moment in the war between the spiritual realm and the Zhao family. A little abnormality might be a deep conspiracy behind it. Without saying anything, he quickly flew to the nearest super sect on his flying sword at the fastest speed and reported the abnormality in his sect's territory. The super sect who received the news did not dare to neglect it. Everyone knew that this was a critical moment, especially when the other party was fighting with Gong Sunling for the realm of monsters. If something went wrong in the spiritual realm, it would make the joint commander cry. The core executives who stayed in the super sect quickly sent the sect elder to check and at the same time reported to the joint commander. When the Xian elder arrived, he lowered his head and checked. Without saying anything, he turned around and fled. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly enough to escape this calamity. After rushing back to the sect, he hurriedly reported. The small sect's territory did not have any problems, but it had been refined. As soon as the news came out, the entire joint commander was shocked. Everyone blocked the entrance to the realm of monsters and completely blocked the Zhao family in the realm of monsters. They thought that victory was already in their hands. They just needed to wait for the fundamental change in the strength of both sides to take down the Zhao family in one fell swoop. They did not expect the Zhao family to have such a hidden card. In an instant, the executives of the joint commander jumped up and down like ants whose nest had been poked. They discussed all kinds of solutions. The spiritual realm was the headquarters of all the sect. This time it was really like a fire in the backyard. They thought that they could firmly suppress the Zhao family at the beginning, but they did not expect that the Zhao family had already made such arrangements. After receiving the news, Yang Qin and the others looked at each other, but they were not surprised. Thinking about it, it was normal. The Zhao family had spent a lot of effort to arrange such a big event like the demonic calamity of the spiritual realm. Before the demonic calamity, They had even buried the dragon puppet Elder Long Hai and the others for tens of thousands of years. After paying such a huge price, how could they not have a backup plan? This was the Zhao family's plan. If it was in his previous life, no one would discover it, and the Zhao family could carry it out slowly and easily without being discovered. Even if it was discovered in this life and triggered by Yang Qin in advance, it did not prevent the Zhao family from continuing to carry out the plan. It was just that it was a little more difficult to carry out. Yang Qin believed that according to the Zhao family's original plan, they would definitely completely refine the realm of monsters before going after the spiritual realm. Anyway, if the Zhao family did not show up, the Dao, Demon, and Itinerant Cultivators Alliance would fight among themselves. It was just the right time for them to hide in the dark and reap the benefits. The current situation has not allowed the Zhao family to consider anything more. If it was only the previous plan to refine the demon realm, he was afraid that the longer the time dragged, the greater the advantage of Gong Sunling, the more passive the Zhao family would be. On the contrary, taking advantage of this time, when the higher-ups of the Joint Command were concentrated at the entrance of the realm of monsters, they should secretly have designs on the spiritual realm. Perhaps the heavens really wanted the Zhao family to suffer. They had just started to refine the 2 foundation sites that had been prepared for a long time when they were discovered by the cultivators. The eyes of the higher-ups of the Joint Command were no longer focused on the realm of monsters alone. Instead, they also included the spiritual realm. They looked all over the world for abnormalities and judged whether the Zhao family had started to refine it. The actions of the Zhao family finally allowed Yang Qin to recover a little of his previous life's memories. At that time, it seemed that the sect's spirit veins in a few remote areas had been destroyed. However, the news was soon buried in many major events in the spiritual realm, and there was no follow-up. Chapter 2382. Needless to say, those sect's spirit veins were not destroyed at all, but were secretly refined by the Zhao family. The lack of follow-up must have been because the sect that had been in trouble at that time had been taken away by the Zhao family into that spatial artifact. No, cultivators continued to investigate, so naturally, there was no follow-up development. Faced with this new situation, Yang Chen did not have a good idea for a while. He could not blatantly let Gong Sunling use the mountain river geographical map to refine the spiritual realm to fight against the other party, right? Not to mention implementing this method. As long as he mentioned it, he would probably be scolded to death by those old fellows in the United Command. What was he trying to do by refining the spiritual realm? How could the super sect deal with it? Besides, if he wanted to win against the Zhao family, he could only refine more and stronger spaces. Was he supposed to give all the sect's territories to Gong Sunling for Gong Sunling to refine? Not to mention the super sect, even the most inferior small sect, would not make such a decision. The Zhao family's move was indeed beyond the United Command's expectations. The spiritual realm cultivators still wanted to block the other party in the demon realm. But in the blink of an eye, their base of retreat was about to be destroyed. This would not do. The United Command immediately began to respond. The sect was not completely defenseless against the spatial refinement. Many arrays could do this, but the power of the array would vary depending on the cultivation of the cultivator in charge of the array and the source of the spiritual power provided to the array. Under the command of the United Command, almost all the places began to set up some relatively simple arrays that could resist the refinement. Even if some cultivators with low cultivation could not rely on arrays to resist the Zhao family's refining ability for a long time, they could at least slow down the other party's speed. All these simple arrays that were set up at the beginning had only one purpose, which was to buy time so that the big sect would have time and space to set up better, larger, and more stable arrays. The only worry was that they still did not know where the Zhao family had started refining. They had confirmed that there was only one place that they knew, but everyone knew that they could not guard against it forever. They could only tell all the cultivators in the world that if they found any abnormalities, they should immediately report it. Fortunately, the spiritual realm was not as easy to refine as the demon realm. There were many demon beasts in the demon realm, but they had been influenced by the demon chi for a long time and did not have any intelligence. They only had the instinct to kill and survive. Therefore, when the dragon clan expert of the Zhao family refined it, it did not cause any resistance, and refining it was relatively easier. There were cultivators everywhere in the spiritual realm, and as long as there were cultivators, they would definitely resist this kind of refinement. All the cultivators in the world were cultivating all the time. This in itself was an invisible process of resistance and refinement. It could be said that even if the Zhao family could start refining, it would only be a very slow and arduous process. It would not be as easy as refining the demon realm. As long as he discovered them bit by bit, he wouldn't be able to stop them completely, but there would always be a way to resist them. As long as the demon realm was refined by Gong Sunling and the Zhao family, or even before that time, as long as Gong Sunling had the upper hand, she would immediately launch an attack on the Zhao family. At that time, the Zhao family would not be able to divert their attention to the spiritual realm. In the end, the root of the problem was still in the demon realm. They still had to eliminate the Zhao family's core and main strength. The rest was nothing to worry about. What the Joint Command had to do was to stabilize their foothold as much as possible, expand their advantage, and guard against the Zhao family sneak attack. Since the other party had refined a certain place in the spiritual realm, it naturally became a place where the Zhao family experts could appear at any time. This was a huge hidden danger. The Joint Command had no better way to prevent it for the time being. They could only send a few golden immortal experts over and set up an array to resist for a while. If the Zhao family experts really relied on that place to appear and disappear unpredictably, the spiritual realm would probably never have a peaceful day. Now that the Joint Command had blocked the entrance to the demon realm, it was possible that half of their forces would go there and block the entrance there. Yang Qin didn't know the thoughts of the Joint Command's higher-ups, but he knew something that others didn't. In his previous life, there were more than one place where something happened to the sect's spirit vein. There were as many as 7 places. If these 7 places were the foundation of the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual realm, Yang Chan would probably have to bite the bullet and talk to the Joint Command's higher-ups about how to guard against the other party using these 7 places to attack. He wasn't sure yet because Yang Qin hadn't confirmed whether these 7 places had been refined or not. There were some things that had to be confirmed by himself before bringing them out. It felt very uncomfortable to know that he couldn't say it even though he knew. However, at this time he couldn't push the root of the problem to the Zhao family's collection in the mortal world. How much could the mortal world know about the spiritual realm? How big of a commotion would it take to send the news down? How much would it cost? If the Zhao family knew so much from their manner in the mortal world, it would be too fake. Just as Yang Chen was having a headache and didn't know how to deal with it, Gong Sunling suddenly came to Yang Chen's side with a surprised expression. What surprised Gong Sunling wasn't Yang Chen's increase in cultivation, but Madame Bai's sudden request to leave. She came to find Yang Chen because Madame Bai had something to say to Yang Chen. I need to leave for a while. When Madame Bai saw Yang Chen, she didn't say much to Yang Chen and went straight to the point. What happened, Madame? Yang Chen knew that Madame Bai didn't want to leave because her family didn't serve her well. There must be a deeper reason, and he wanted to know. A few days ago, I suddenly thought of something. Madame Bai was very satisfied with Yang Chen, so she didn't hide it. She quickly explained, there's a reason why my sisters and I came to the spiritual realm. Of course, Yang Chen knew that they came to the spiritual realm for a reason. But what did it have to do with them leaving? I didn't think about it before, but a few days ago there seemed to be a vibration that opened a seal in my brain. Madame Bai pointed at her head and said, we have to do something, or else the spiritual realm will be destroyed. Yang Chen's eyes widened directly. Wasn't this too incredible? The spiritual realm had just been refined, and now Madame Bai wanted to do something in the spiritual realm. If this was a coincidence, Yang Chen wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. I heard that it's a great merit. Madame Bai didn't hide it. She revealed a beautiful expression of greed, as if she saw a feast. He arranged it, but who is he? Why can't I remember? Chapter 2383. Ancestor Lu arranged it? Yang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard Madame Bai's muttering. The spiritual realm was in danger of being refined. If Madame Bai and her group could stop this disaster, it was equivalent to saving trillions of lives. What kind of karma was that? Whether it was the heavenly court of the past or the present, there was one type of karma that could never be erased. That was saving lives, especially saving lives that had nothing to do with oneself. That was even greater karma. What did Madame Bai have to do with the spiritual realm? Nothing at all. If these billions of living beings were saved by Madame Bai and the others, they might be able to buy the entire heavenly court with merit when they returned to the immortal realm. Ancestor Lu had already arranged all of this tens of thousands of years ago. He had sent his beloved down here just to wait for this moment to happen. But how did Ancestor Lu know when this would happen? Yang Chen was very curious, so he naturally asked, how did he know that there would be such a thing? And he could arrange it tens of thousands of years in advance? Madame Bai and Yang Chen had been familiar with each other to a certain extent. She had basically regarded Yang Chen as a close junior. She did not even care about his questioning tone. It seems like someone asked him about this tens of thousands of years ago. Madame Bai thought about it for a long time and said with a guess, those fellows asked him how to refine the spirit realm and how to do it. He seemed to have given them away. I knew the Zhao clan couldn't have such a powerful arrangement. So it was him. Before Yang Chen could fully understand the problem, Brother Li Cheng's voice sounded. He was too talkative and made me come all this way. Brother Li Cheng's appearance made Yang Chen understand something. From what Brother Li Cheng said, the Zhao clan didn't have the ability to refine the spiritual realm. They didn't even have a clue. They only got Ancestor Lu's guidance after asking. It wasn't strange that Ancestor Lu came up with this method. If it were someone else, Yang Chen might doubt it. However, Patriarch Lu was definitely one of the few cultivators in the immortal plane with the ability to do so. He's playing so big just to collect a huge amount of merit for you? Big brother Li Cheng looked a little flustered and exasperated right now. It was probably because Ancestor Lu wasn't in front of him. If he was, he might have pointed at his nose and scolded. If you want merit, don't you know how to talk? It's just a matter of a few words. Do you have to go so far? Big brother, that. Perhaps he also understands that some things can't be solved if they continue. No matter what, Ancestor Lu was still considered an elder. Even if it was for the sake of Shi Shanshan and Madame Bai, Yang Chen still had to be respectful to Ancestor Lu. At this time, it was better to appease big brother Li Cheng's temper. However, Madame Bai was not happy with what Li Cheng had said. Even if she didn't remember who Ancestor Lu was, she clearly remembered her true love at that time. How could she allow anyone to say such things about him? Even if the person who spoke was Yang Chen's sworn brother, it was still unacceptable. What do you know? Madame Bai scolded him directly. Since he was Yang Chen's sworn brother, he was naturally in the same generation as Yang Chen. It was not too much for him to call Li Cheng a junior. He must have a deep meaning. Being called a junior by Madame Bai, Li Cheng almost couldn't breathe. However, he couldn't refute her. He could only turn his head and stare at Yang Chen fiercely. This stare confused Yang Chen. What does it have to do with me? Of course there is a deep meaning. Li Cheng scolded in his heart. Would that old guy spend so much effort to send more than 1,000 tribulation true immortals down to the spiritual realm for no reason? Would he send his lover down for no reason? Would he be so stupid as to answer someone's question about refining the spiritual realm? Not to mention anything else. Just look at the moment when the Zhao family began to refine the spiritual realm. Madame Bai noticed that the seal was opened and she recovered part of her memory. She immediately rushed to eat merit. Wasn't it obvious enough? But Li Qing couldn't say anything, because Madame Bai admitted it meant there was a deep meaning. She didn't deny it. What else can you say? He could only hold his breath. Madame Bai didn't have time to argue with Li Cheng. She immediately set off with many maids after Li Cheng was speechless. She came here to say goodbye to Yang Chen and tell him not to worry. As for Li Cheng, he was Yang Chen's sworn brother. Although he was rude, Madame Bai was his senior and wouldn't lower herself to his level. Brother, you know who is behind Madame Bai. Yang Chen watched Madame Bai leave. Seeing that Li Cheng was still angry, he hurriedly said, "Since he already has a plan, we don't have to worry about whether the spiritual realm will be refined or not. We just need to focus on refining the monster realm. What do you think? He was the one who gave us the method to refine the spiritual realm. Of course, he has to take care of the aftermath." Li Cheng was really angry. However, Madame Bai had already left, so he had no one to vent his anger on. He could only say, believe it or not, that old man must have given the Zhao family the idea to use the Big Dipper formation to refine the spiritual realm. There will definitely be 7 places that will be refined in a short period of time. There won't be just one. Listening to Big Brother Li Cheng's words, Yang Chen was in awe. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng was the successor of the Tao ancestor. Just his ability to foresee things like a god was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The memory of his previous life clearly told Yang Chen that at that time there were not many or few sects that had problems, exactly 7. However, in his previous life, no one thought that these 7 places were related. Things did not happen at the same time, so no one checked if there was any internal connection between the 7 places. Now, Yang Chen thought about the 7th sect that had problems. If the entire spiritual realm was used as a reference, the distribution of the 7 sects' territories was indeed in the shape of an enlarged Big Dipper. It was no different from the Big Dipper formation that Li Cheng had mentioned. This time, Yang Chen didn't even need to go to those places to know that the 7 places were definitely related to the Zhao family. Who would have thought that the Zhao family's method of refining the spiritual realm was actually obtained from Ancestor Lu? Yang Chen did not doubt that Ancestor Lu was involved in refining the spiritual realm. This was simply impossible. The possible explanations were that Ancestor Lu had purposely let Madame Bai come down to eat merit points. Either that or he had accidentally revealed the method, and in order to make up for it, he sent his most intimate partner down to the lower realm to help him make up for his mistake. Chapter 2384. No matter which reason it was good news for Yang Chen. As long as Madame Bai took action, Yang Chen didn't have to worry about anything happening in the spiritual realm. He could focus on refining the demon realm with Gong Sunling. As for whether Madame Bai would be useful, not to mention that Madame Bai and the thousands of maids were all Tribulation True Immortals. Just the fact that Madame Bai was Ancestor Lu's lover was enough to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. It would be a joke if Ancestor Lu didn't even have a way to destroy this idea that Ancestor Lu gave Zhao family. Even if Ancestor Lu said that he was apologizing for accidentally revealing the method, Madame Bai and her group would definitely succeed. Not to mention, this would bring Madame Bai a lot of merit points. Ancestor Lu was willing to sacrifice his life for Madame Bai's merit points. This meant that Zhao family started planning to refine the spiritual realm tens of thousands of years ago. This way, they didn't have a long time to prepare. It was much shorter than the millions of years that Yang Chen guessed. Madame Bai and the others were probably sent down by Ancestor Lu around that time. Since they prepared early, it was naturally better to do it as soon as possible. All these years, Ancestor Lu probably disappeared in the Immortal realm, so that Zhao family cultivators didn't know his whereabouts, and naturally didn't know the whereabouts of Madame Bai and the others. It could be said that the root of the problem was Ancestor Lu, but Ancestor Lu had already arranged a solution. According to karma, Ancestor Lu would at most make no loss or gain. On the other hand, Madame Bai and the maids would get a lot of merit out of thin air. It was very worth it. If it was Yang Chen, he would be happy to do this too. Of course, the premise was that Ancestor Lu knew that someone would definitely stop the Zhao family. Big Brother Li Cheng was probably unhappy because his painstaking arrangements had been used by Ancestor Lu, so he was somewhat angry out of humiliation. With so many clues strung together, it was easy to figure out a lot of problems. At the end of the day, be it the mortal realm or the spiritual realm, they were all tools in the hands of those big shots in the immortal realm. Zhao family was so secretive that Ancestor Lu knew about it tens of thousands of years ago. Sometimes Yang Qin couldn't help but think that the change of dynasties in the heavenly court was already in the eyes of almighty people like Ancestor Lu. Why did they sit and watch the heavenly court being turned upside down, but not do anything? The more Yang Qin thought about it, the more he felt that he was a failure in his previous life. He lived muddle-headedly for tens of thousands of years. Not only was he bullied, but he didn't even get to see such a big event played by the big shots, let alone participate in it. What zenith heaven golden immortal? He wasn't even worthy of carrying shoes for others. Fortunately, he finally had the qualifications to enter the chessboard in this life. He didn't dare to boast about other things, but the huge Taishiman's Xiantian gate had disappeared without a trace under his control. The shocking conspiracy of the Zhao family was also exposed in front of all the cultivators because of him. In this way, wouldn't he also have a share of the great amount of merits that Madame Bai would receive in the future? No one would complain about having too many merit points, and Yang Qin was even more so. Since Yang Chen had Long Xian on his side, he could solidify his merit points completely. Even if the heaven court were to change again, it wouldn't be able to erase it. Therefore, the more merit points he had, the better. The pitiful Zhao family was still kept in the dark. They didn't realize that their huge family had been schemed against tens of thousands of years ago. In the eyes of the big shots, they were probably a pile of chess pieces. At best, they were some of the more important chess pieces. Otherwise, Big Brother Li Cheng wouldn't have to deal with them. No, even Big Brother Li Cheng didn't go to deal with the Zhao family, but to solve the problem of the increasing concentration of devil qi and demon qi in the devil realm and the demon realm. At most, he would have a little relationship with the Zhao family and solve it conveniently. From Big Brother Li Cheng's actions, it could be seen that to deal with the Zhao family, Big Brother Li Cheng just let Yang Qin appear in a certain place to lure him out and then expose him. Big Brother Li Cheng almost didn't do anything about how to deal with the Zhao family. Instead, he spent the most effort on how to refine the demon realm, and how to refine the entrance and exit of the demon realm and monster realm. Everything had its priorities. From this, it could be seen what Big Brother Li Cheng valued the most. Anyway, it was definitely not the Zhao family. He really didn't know if the Zhao family would fly into a rage after knowing their position in the hearts of the big shots. Anyway, Yang Qin felt that they were quite pitiful. They tried their best to fight for the position of a chess piece. If he had known this, he would have been better off being an ignorant little cultivator like Yang Qin in his previous life. At least sometimes, not knowing was also a kind of happiness. For example, many little cultivators in the spiritual realm knew that the Zhao family was an evil big devil, but they didn't know what they were going to do, so they weren't very worried. On the contrary, the Joint Command knew very well, so they had to live in fear every day and be on guard at all times. They couldn't eat or sleep well. Knowing more might not be a good thing. Or they might as well be like Yang Chen, knowing enough, even more than the sect masters of the Joint Command sect. That was also a good thing. The most pitiful ones were those who didn't know much and were in pain. Now that they knew that the Zhao family's operation would inevitably fail, Yang Chun and Gong Sunling didn't have to worry about anything in the spiritual realm anymore. They worked together to refine the demon realm. The Zhao family's attention on the spiritual realm would inevitably lead to negligence in the demon realm. It was the best time to snatch the spiritual realm from the dragon expert. Neither Yang Qin nor Gong Sunling would make low-level mistakes. It would be strange if they didn't seize such a good opportunity. As Yang Qin knew, the upper echelons of the Joint Command were in a mess. There was no fundamental way to resist the Zhao family's action of refining the spiritual realm for the time being. At most, they could only delay it. How to resist the refinement was a new topic that no one had encountered before. A large group of powerful earth mystic immortal cultivators were referring to the experience of refining cave abodes and herb gardens to study countermeasures. It was a mess. Even a few golden immortals from the lower realm were involved. The spiritual realm was the base camp of all the sect, so they couldn't afford to lose it. There were also countless cultivators patrolling the entire spiritual realm, looking for places similar to the place where it was refined. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would find another similar place. If there were too many fires, it would be impossible to extinguish them even if they wanted to. Fortunately, it wasn't to the point of being in a desperate situation for the time being. The upper echelons of the Joint Command looked at Gong Sunling, who had been refining the demon realm, and felt slightly relieved. What they were most afraid of now was that in the end, they couldn't stop the Zhao family from refining the spiritual realm, and they could only use Gong Sunling to compete with the other party for the refinement. But the problem was, whether it was the Zhao family or Gong Sunling, how much of a substantial difference would there be for the major sect? Wouldn't it be because their territory was gone and they became pets in other people's spatial magic treasures? Chapter 2385. In fact, the major sect knew very well that the only thing that could fight against the Zhao family's spatial magic weapon seemed to be Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map. All the other methods were just to delay the speed of the other party refining the spiritual world. The problem was, not to mention the super sect, even the most inferior small sect was not willing to rely on others. If it wasn't because of the threat of life and death, those sect would not even be willing to rely on a big sect. Relying on others was not the will of the heart. Who could accept struggling in someone else's spatial magic weapon that was directly sending a knife to their neck to others, and their life and death were at the mercy of others? Not to mention cultivators. Even a native with a brain knew that they could not do such a stupid thing. Knowing that everyone was thinking like this, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling just buried themselves in their own affairs and did not even mention that they would participate. The space of the demon realm could be fought for, but the spiritual world would be handed over to Madame Bai and the others, so as not to make things difficult for these sect. However, the Joint Command had made a fool out of Yang Chen before, and Yang Chen was not kind enough to take the initiative to help them eliminate the disaster. Nor would he take the initiative to tell them that these troubles had long been eaten as merits. Daring to covet their woman's natal magic weapon, they deserved to be worried from the beginning to the end. Here, Yang Chen's family and Chunyang Palace were buried in their own affairs, and the Joint Command was really in a mess. There was no other reason than that another place was found to be refined. The second place of the spiritual world that was refined by the Zhao family was discovered. In addition to hurriedly sending people over to set up arrays around to chase and intercept it, many of the senior executives of the Joint Command hoped that there would not be a third one. At least one golden immortal master had to be sent over to guard the place, in case the other party suddenly attacked from there. A lot of Xian immortal masters had to be sent over as well. Whether it was setting up arrays or defense, they needed manpower. At this time, the senior executives of the Joint Command realized that they still thought too simply of the Zhao family. Previously, the series of failures and losses of the Zhao family was only because they wanted to make arrangements in a more secretive manner without alarming the other parties. To think that the other parties in the spiritual world thought that the Zhao family could not hold on anymore. It was also because of the carelessness on the side of the Joint Commanders. They were blinded by the previous series of victories and completely forgot that even a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows, let alone the cunning Zhao family that was tens of thousands of times more cunning than a cunning rabbit. Now that the Zhao family had refined 2 points in the spiritual realm, it was equivalent to having 2 more bridgeheads in the spiritual realm. As long as they wanted to, they could kill their way out of those 2 places at any time. Blocking the entrance to the demon realm seemed to be meaningless. After a quick and efficient discussion, the Joint Commander quickly made a decision to move. Since this place was already meaningless, it was really a waste for everyone to squeeze in here. To deal with the two new bridgeheads of the Zhao family, it was more suitable to do it elsewhere. Hence, there was another problem. Although this place seemed to be meaningless on the surface, he couldn't just give up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two bridgeheads. But if the Zhao family were to charge out from there, it would be a big joke. They had to defend this place with all their might. Nothing could go wrong. What should they do? The higher-ups of the Joint Commander pondered for a while, and all their eyes were fixed on Grandmaster Wang Yong, who already had some say. "I'll go talk to Yang Chen." Grandmaster Wang Yong was not pretentious. At this time, everyone was facing a common enemy, and it was not the time to pursue the past. Grandmaster Wang Yong immediately ran to Yang Chen and raised the issue. Yang Chen nodded without saying anything. Only in front of Grandmaster Wang Yong, Yang Chen didn't have to pat his chest and guarantee that he would leave the entrance to the demon realm to him. Since Yang Chen was willing, everyone was naturally happy. As long as Yang Chen's family was willing to guard the entrance to the demon realm, the other party basically didn't have a good chance to come in. On the other hand, the Ghostine sect and the Ghost Soul sect wanted to ask in a roundabout way if they could release the golden immortal patriarchs of their sects, so that those golden immortal experts could play a more role, but they were directly rejected by Yang Chen. The entrance to the demon realm was larger here, and it was easier to enter and exit than the two bridgeheads. It required a few golden immortal experts to guard it. Just this reason alone was enough to block the Ghostine sect and the Ghost Soul sect. They failed to get their hands on the natal magic treasure, but they still didn't want to pay any price. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Not to mention the person involved, Yang Chen himself, even the sect masters of the other sect, who were watching from the sidelines, had the same idea. As for the Wuji Demon School, it was even less of a problem. They would definitely support Yang Chen's decision. Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't take it too far. Not only did he promise to the higher-ups of the Joint Commander that the Zhao family would never be allowed to enter and exit from this entrance, but he also said that he only needed the assistance of those golden immortal experts. There was no need for the major sect to send more people to guard. Of course, those who wanted to gain experience could do so at any time. This statement made the higher-ups of the Joint Commander speechless. Even the sect masters of the Ghostine sect and the Ghost Soul sect were speechless. He only wanted to detain the 6 golden immortals, and he didn't want any other help. He also wanted to ensure that the entrance to the demon realm was safe. It could be said that Yang Chen had helped them solve most of their problems. For this, they paid the price of losing the freedom of 6 golden immortal experts, and they were sure that there would be no danger to their lives. This could be said to be a big profit. One must know that the other golden immortal experts had to guard the 2 bridgeheads, and they might have to fight with the experts of the Zhao family who suddenly appeared. However, after thinking about it carefully, everyone also felt that it was a bit of a pity. Although Yang Chen's family guaranteed that they could guard this place, it also meant that the 44 experts, including Yang Chen, were trapped here. In addition to the 6 golden immortals, there were 50 peerless experts. No wonder Yang Chen dared to guarantee that if 50 experts of their level and the geographical map still couldn't guard this place, it would be useless no matter how many cultivators there were. Yang Chen alone, if he went all out, he might be able to fight against 5 golden immortals. After making the final arrangements, the higher-ups of the Joint Commander finally let out a collective sigh of relief. For the time being, they didn't have to worry about Yang Chen's other intentions. To be honest, after being refined from the inside of the spiritual realm, everyone was most worried that Yang Chen would take the initiative to volunteer to help fight and snatch the refined space from the other party. Rejecting the tiger at the front door and letting the wolf at the back door, this matter must not happen in the spiritual realm. Now it was the best. Although Yang Chen's family and the 6 golden immortal experts were restrained, it could also ensure that the entrance to the demon realm was impregnable. For the time being, they didn't have to worry about Yang Chen also having the intention to refine the spiritual realm. Chapter 2386. Speaking of which, It seemed that none of the higher-ups of the Joint Command thought about whether Gong Sunling would have any ambitions, and all their thoughts were focused on Yang Chen. It was also because they knew Yang Chen's family too well that they realized that all of Yang Chen's wives and concubines actually followed Yang Chen's lead. If Yang Chen said one thing, they would definitely not say another. Just this point alone was enough to make countless cultivators who had a lion's roar from the east of the River Drool in envy. If it weren't for their pride, they would have probably asked Yang Chen for advice on how to control his wife. Yang Chen guaranteed that there would be no problems here. And at the same time, the Joint Command temporarily got rid of a worry, so everyone was happy. However, the Joint Command still asked Yang Chen to harass the other party as much as possible so that the Zhao family could be distracted and slow down the speed at which the spiritual realm was refined. Very soon, the Joint Command quickly moved to the most suitable place in the spiritual realm, where it was convenient to take care of several places at the same time. The speed of moving was extremely fast because the third refining point had also been discovered. The main goal of the Joint Command now was to stop the Zhao family from refining the spiritual realm. No matter what method they used, they had to find a solution before the Zhao family could free up their hands. If there was really no solution in the end, they would probably have to let Gong Sunling take action. That was the situation that the Joint Command didn't want to see the most. Fortunately, the situation wasn't that critical and could still be salvaged. Before the Joint Command left, Yang Chen also gave them a piece of information for free. Judging from the Zhao family's extravagance in the past, it was definitely impossible to refine the spiritual realm at just 3 points. It must be a large formation that could cover the entire spiritual realm. Of course, Yang Chen didn't forget to mention a few possible formations, such as yin and yang, 3 talents for directions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 return to 1. If the higher-ups of the Joint Command listened to him, they might be able to deduce which formation it was from these formations. Although the formation that Ancestor Lu pointed out was definitely different from ordinary formations, there wouldn't be much difference in the direction. As long as he followed this clue, it wouldn't be a bad thing to set it up in advance, even if he didn't dare to say that he could break the formation. Yang Chen had underestimated the weight of his words. When he reminded them of this, all the major sect immediately joined forces and asked the strongest formation masters in their respective sect to study the 3 locations that had been discovered. Back then, when Yang Chen unsealed Elder Chong, Elder Hai, and the others, Yang Chen did not have a detailed map of the spiritual realm. So it took him a lot of effort to deduce the location of the dragon puppet with Li Cheng. However, a detailed map was not a problem for the major sect. It did not mean that they all had maps of the entire spiritual realm, but the topography of their respective sects' territories was recorded in great detail. Even the territories of the 3 River Alliance, the Thousand Demon Sect, and the Holocaust Sect, which had been destroyed, had been divided up by various parties and had been thoroughly explored. Each party would fuse their own detailed maps together to obtain a complete and detailed map of the spirit world. This complete map was even more accurate than the internal simulation of the spiritual realm in Gong, Suanling's Mountain River geographical map. After all, Gong Sunling did not travel all over the spiritual realm, so it was impossible for her to obtain the complete terrain. The map of the Dragon Palace Square was also not as detailed. It recorded the various spiritual veins, but did not have a complete location. On this incomparably detailed and complete map, after marking the 3 spots that could already be discovered and refined, the various formation masters began to calculate the possible formations that matched the distribution of these 3 spots according to the positions of the various formations. It had to be said that it was really not difficult for so many super sect to join forces to do something. In less than a month, hundreds of array formation masters had found hundreds of array formations that matched these 3 points from a variety of complex array formations. However, because there were only 3 spots, they could only determine this to this point. This was the result of excluding some other formations that were obviously not likely to be refined, such as attack and defense. If they were to arrange according to so many results, the workload would definitely be astronomical. not to mention a joint command. They might not even be able to double the number of all the sect members in the spiritual realm. After all, they had to send out experts, at least at the heaven immortal level. Human immortals and earth immortals were at best assistants. Fortunately, there were still smart people in each sect. Some of them began to ponder over what Yang Qin had said. Yang Qin had mentioned many formations. If they were to filter them according to the names of the formations that Yang Qin had mentioned, there seemed to be only 3 or 4 left. Among these 3 or 4 formations, if they were to be arranged according to the formation, there was probably only the 7 stars formation that had the highest possibility of affecting the entire spiritual realm. The formation master from Yin Yang Demon School, who had discovered this, did not announce it in advance. Instead, he informed his sect. Everyone was cooperating, but it might not be a complete cooperation. Under the situation where the general direction was the same, internal competition was inevitable, because Yin Yang Demon School had chosen the wrong side last time. The higher-ups had always regretted it. Now that they heard the judgment of their own master, they no longer had any doubts. They immediately sent out experts to the few possible points. 2 months later, the formation masters from the other sect were still painstakingly eliminating more than 20 of the more than 100 formations. When there were still more than 80 formations left to study, the experts sent by Yin Yang Demon School returned with news. They had discovered the 4th point. This point had not been refined by the Zhao family, but it was already in the process of being refined. The experts from Yin Yang Demon School, who had arrived in time, used a few formations to successfully delay the Zhao family's refining speed. The large-scale formations that they had set up afterward were in a stalemate with the Zhao family. They could not continue refining here, and they could not stop the Zhao family. When they received this news, Yin Yang Demon School was overjoyed. They immediately reported the results of their experts' research and the 4th point that they had discovered. Only then did the higher-ups of the United Command understand that Yin Yang Demon School had made such a great contribution only because Yang Qin had mentioned a few possible formations when he had reminded them. When they thought of the crux of the matter, the higher-ups of the sect felt their intestines turn green with regret. When it came to refining space, was there anyone in the spiritual realm who understood it better than Gong Sunling? She had already reminded them so clearly, so why didn't they believe her? Yin Yang Demon School had already sent people to thank Yang Qin with a large number of gifts. It had not been easy for them to build a relationship with him, so they had to be on good terms with him no matter what. Of course, they had to remind their 31 beautiful female disciples to hold onto Yang Qin's thighs no matter what. Yang Qin could only laugh at what had happened. No matter how hard the spiritual realm sect worked, Madame Bai and the others would definitely benefit in the end. He had made up his mind to not participate and just guard his own stall. Moreover, there was another matter that puzzled Yang Qin. Shi Wushuang was actually sick, and very sick at that. Chapter 2387. Shi Wushuang was sick, which really sounded like a fantasy. It must be known that Shi Wushuang was a proper Xian Immortal peak cultivator, only 1 step away from the Golden Immortal realm, and her spiritual awareness cultivation base had even reached the great principal Golden Immortal level. It was simply impossible for such a powerful cultivator to be sick. Moreover, others were not clear, but Yang Qin knew it very clearly. Shi Wushuang had a wood attribute spirit root, and in the process of crossing the heavenly tribulation with the Penglai divine wood, she had reached a state of sharing life. The vitality of the 24 Penglai divine wood demons was so strong that they could actually get sick. Hearing this news, Yang Chen's first reaction was that it was impossible, and the second reaction immediately became a little ecstatic. Was Shi Wushuang pregnant? Unless the cultivators had no hope of ascending, they would not consider pregnancy and childbirth under normal circumstances, because pregnancy and childbirth would greatly damage the cultivator's vitality, especially female cultivators. Therefore, in most cases when high-level cultivators had children, the father was usually very strong and the mother was relatively hopeless, so they attached themselves to the strong, and then used the child to protect the rest of their life. It was not that male cultivators did not hurt their vitality, but it was relatively less, and the impact was actually not very big. In the past, the sovereign of Wuji Demon School, Yi Jinxiong, had children when he was in the mortal world. Because he had many wives and concubines, one of them who had no hope of ascending chose to have children. So there was Yu. Of course, there were exceptions. In the past, the old generation of Heavenly Dipper elders of the Profound Heaven sect, because each of them ate an average of 2 millennium pills, forcibly improving their cultivation base, causing their realm to be almost unstable. After solving the crisis of the sect, they all chose to have children, consume their vitality, and remove the hidden dangers of forcibly improving their cultivation base. However, these situations were not applicable to Shi Wushuang. It must be known that Shi Wushuang was a genius disciple of the Qinkuan sect, who didn't ascend. It was impossible for her not to ascend. Moreover, with Shi Wushuang's current cultivation base, as long as she was willing, she could ascend at any time and anywhere. There was no problem of no hope of ascending. Why would she choose to get pregnant and have children? Yang Chen wanted a descendant, but it did not mean that he would sacrifice the future of his women. In any case, it was Gong Sunling who sent the news that Shi Wushuang was sick. Yang Chen had to wait until he saw Shi Wushuang to know the reason. To Yang Chen's surprise, Shi Wushuang was not pregnant but really sick. His entire body was burning up, and his face was as red as a red cloth. When he touched his body, he felt as though he was touching boiling water. Shi Wushuang fell sick after returning from the sect. Since the Joint Command Center was moving, she naturally stayed. She was cultivating in the Mountain River geographical map with her sisters, but she didn't expect to suddenly faint. The girls didn't know what happened and hurriedly told Yang Chen. Before Yang Chen arrived, the girls had already taken Shi Wushuang's pulse. Although they weren't particularly proficient in the art of medicine, they had cultivated for thousands of years after all. They more or less understood the art of medicine. In the mortal world, the worst of them would probably be a famous doctor who could practice medicine to save the world. But the results of their pulse diagnosis were very strange. Shi Wushuang now seemed to have a common disease of mortals in the mortal world, and this was the symptom of typhoid. Yang Chen arrived in time and began to diagnose carefully. But after less than half an incense stick of time, Yang Chen frowned. His diagnosis was exactly the same as that of the girls. This was the symptom of typhoid in the mortal world. Although the fever was more serious now, as long as he paid attention to recuperation, coupled with the timely decoction, the body would recover in 3 to 5 days. However, the dignified Xian immortal cultivator who had passed the heaven immortal tribulation and whose body was already many times stronger than most cultivators in the spiritual world would get typhoid? Why did this sound so ridiculous? Yang Chen was not at ease. He carefully checked it with his spiritual awareness again and used various methods to check it carefully. He still came to the same conclusion. A small problem like typhoid fever, for Yang Chen, an 8th grade alchemist master, it could be said that it was a simple matter. He refined some simple decoctions and fed them to the unconscious Shi Wushuang, and then carefully cooled down Shi Wushuang. Soon, Shi Wushuang's situation was under control. This made everyone a little puzzled. The more correct the method, the more correct everyone's judgment was. However, this was clearly contrary to common sense. Such a strong body, such a strong cultivation. How could there be such a problem? In less than 3 days, Shi Wushuang woke up and her body recovered day by day. By the 10th day, Shi Wushuang had completely returned to normal and there was no abnormality in her cultivation. After checking Shi Wushuang up and down again, Yang Chen was relieved. On the other hand, Shi Wushuang liked her husband's gentle care and care very much. She was very tired of Yang Chen for 2 days. After confirming that Shi Wushuang had no more problems, Yang Chen began to ask Shi Wushuang what she had experienced before returning to the sect, who she had contacted, which fellow disciple she had offended, whether she had encountered any accidents on the way back, whether she had been plotted against, and so on. He asked in detail. However, Shi Wushuang herself was very confused. After returning to the sect, Shi Wushuang was now the personal disciple of the sect master and Yang Chen's concubine. She was almost the most popular person in the entire Qinkuan sect. Many people rushed to curry favor with her. How could there be any dissatisfaction? Even if there was, it was probably because Shi Wushuang was too busy to see others, which was understandable. Would a cultivator who could cultivate to the spiritual world be angered because of this? Perhaps there were some petty people with high cultivation, but even if there were such people, they had no chance to contact Shi Wushuang. How could they plot against Shi Wushuang? It was the same on the way. Shi Wushuang almost didn't reveal her whereabouts. She flew on her sword all the way and never stopped. With her current cultivation, there might not be an enemy who could plot against her without being discovered by her. After careful consideration for a long time, Shi Wushuang was very sure that she hadn't been plotted against by anyone. Her symptoms didn't seem like she had been plotted against. If someone had really plotted against Shi Wushuang, it wouldn't be a big deal to let her catch a cold. Shouldn't they have been seriously injured or poisoned? Puzzled, Yang Qin couldn't help but find Brother Li Cheng and ask him for advice. After Yang Qin described Shi Wushuang's symptoms and the subsequent medical process in detail, he asked Brother Li Cheng what the reason might be. "Are you sure you haven't been plotted against?" Brother Li Cheng's first reaction was that someone had plotted against her. After seeing Yang Qin nod, Brother Li Cheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head. It shouldn't be. Her cultivation is so low, this shouldn't have happened. Chapter 2388. Low cultivation base? Shouldn't it be? Yang Chen was very keen to catch these two words and quickly asked, "Is it right to have a high cultivation base? Do you believe that there is a perfect person in this world?" Big Brother Li Cheng did not answer Yang Chen's question, but asked a question, the kind of perfect person whose whole body is as pure as glass. How is it possible? Yang Chen shook his head directly. He was also a cultivator himself, and he was still a rare cultivator who knew the interior of the body very well. How could he believe that there was such a person? Can't a cultivator do it? Big Brother Li Cheng liked this inductive education method and frequently used it on Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen was still very fond of this because this method could maximize Yang Chen's own thinking. Cultivators can't do it. Even people like our family can't do it. Yang Chen still shook his head. The impurities in the body could only be reduced as much as possible, and it was impossible to completely disappear. Even if Yang Chen's family used the 4C's mysterious coral liquid to make tea and used the 4C's mysterious coral liquid to take a bath, it was impossible to completely remove the impurities. In the realm of cultivation of Yang Chen's family, no one knew better than them. Why do mortals get sick? Big Brother Li Cheng then asked another question. People eat grains, how can they not get sick? Yang Chen answered with a very popular saying, "Why do cultivators rarely get sick?" Big Brother Li Cheng asked another question. The spiritual power brought by cultivation nourishes the body and is healthier than mortals. Yang Chen still gave a very simple answer. Is there no problem at all with the medicinal pills used by cultivators? Big Brother Li Cheng's thinking was very jumpy, and he immediately turned to medicinal pills. How is it possible? There are 3 poisons in the medicine. At most, the refining is good and the problem is minor. Medicinal pills were Yang Chen's strength, but even so, he did not dare to say that the medicinal pills he refined were completely without problems, but the negative effects were relatively small after the cultivators ate them. Everything was relative, it was impossible to be absolute. If that's the case, then why do you think that cultivators can't get sick and typhoid? Big Brother Li Cheng's final attack directly hit Yang Chen's weak spot. I just feel that even if there is a problem with a cultivator's body, it shouldn't just be a small problem like typhoid. Yang Qin thought for a moment, organized his words, and slowly said, "It's already at the point where there's a problem with your body. So it's definitely not a small problem. It's definitely a big problem." Logically, that's right. Big brother, Li Qing nodded. He was very satisfied that Yang Qin didn't insist that cultivators couldn't get sick. Since cultivators can have problems with their bodies, then some have big problems and some have small problems. Is it hard to understand? Yang Qin was completely speechless. From Big Brother Li Qing's previous words, Yang Qin already understood a lot of things, but the latter sentence was obviously a little shameless. This degree of small typhoid was simply unimaginable for cultivators, so how could it be such an answer? But when he thought about how Shi Wushuang really only had a small typhoid, Yang Qin also put away that completely inconceivable thought and began to ponder over the deeper meaning. According to Big Brother Li Qing, even if a cultivator experienced all kinds of cultivation improvements and their body's degree of health greatly improved, they still might not be able to completely eliminate the impurities in their body. When the accumulated impurities reached a certain amount, it would cause various aspects of the body to feel uncomfortable. If it was an ordinary mortal, then a small amount of impurities could cause illness. However, the body of a cultivator was too strong, and it would become stronger as their cultivation increased. This would cause a problem. If the improvement in cultivation was faster than the accumulation of impurities, then there wouldn't be any problems. But once this process stopped, the illness would probably come knocking on the door. It could be imagined that the stronger the cultivator, the more terrifying the amount of impurities accumulated in their body. When the impurities that could not be forced out by a high level of cultivation could accumulate to the point that they could cause illness, then it would not just be a small injury, but a real big trouble. From this point of view, Shi Wushuang only caused some small typhoid, which was really lucky. But what Yang Qin was concerned about now was, to what extent would the accumulation cause this kind of impurities to rebound? To what realm of cultivation would there be such a problem? And would every cultivator have such a problem? Could it be prevented in advance? Of course, there was also an important question. That was why he and the other women were fine, but Shi Wushuang, who had the strongest vitality, had a problem? Yang Qin suddenly found that he seemed to have missed something. Yes, when Shi Wushuang was sick, he actually forgot to observe the state of those Penglai divine wood demons. The next moment, Yang Qin appeared beside those Penglai divine wood demons. The 24 Penglai divine wood demons seemed to be in a good state. They had been rooted around the dragon palace in the form of their original bodies, arranging 212 Yuanqin sea suppression formations. From the looks of it, every single one of them was in a rare good state, showing signs of vigorous growth. Thinking about Shi Wushuang, it seemed that after a minor illness, her mental state and physical state were surprisingly good. Shi Wushuang was a person around Yang Qin. How could Yang Qin not know the changes that had happened to her before and after? At first, he thought it was the result of the improvement of cultivation. Now, looking at the state of these Penglai divine wood demons, it seemed that it should have nothing to do with cultivation. It should be related to the minor illness. Yang Qin carefully asked these Penglai divine wood demons what their state was during the few days when Shi Wushuang was ill. Sure enough, as Yang Qin expected, when Shi Wushuang was ill and in a coma, these Penglai divine wood demons also felt uncomfortable. However, their original bodies appeared, and for the little discomfort, they only thought that the aura of the spiritual vein in the Dragon Palace was not right recently, and did not take it to heart. After Shi Wushuang and the Penglai divine wood demons had a small cold, their physical condition was very good, and their cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds in the past few days. This situation still attracted enough attention from Yang Qin. Brother Li Qing said before that Shi Wushuang's cultivation was low, and there should be no such problem. In other words, in fact, all the cultivators' cultivation was high enough, and when they reached the bottleneck of the cultivation, it was possible to have this problem, but usually it should be beyond the realm of Yang Qin's previous life. Because in the previous life, Yang Qin had not experienced this stage and had no memory of these. beyond the cultivation of Yang Chen's previous life. It was at least the peak of Almighty Immortal, or even the level of 10,000 Tribulation True Immortal. Yang Chen could fully imagine how terrible the trouble caused by the accumulation of impurities in the body at that time would be caused by the impurities that could not be eliminated. However, if the key to the problem could really be found, perhaps it could be like Shi Wushuang. A small cold could solve the problem. For Yang Chen, for Yang Chen's family, for all the cultivators, it would be great news. Chapter 2389. In the past, Yang Chen's cultivation was insufficient, or his vision was not far-sighted enough, so he did not see the possible problems in it. It was not until Shi Wushuang fell ill that he learned from brother Li Cheng about the cultivation of 10,000 tribulations true immortal. The principle was easy to understand, but how to deal with it at that stage was different for everyone. Yang Chen could understand this even with his toes. It was certain that each sect had its own secret at that time, and even different cultivation methods might have different methods. Senior cultivators would try their best to survive this disaster. But after Yang Chen experienced Shi Wushuang's illness, he had other ideas. According to brother Li Cheng, Shi Wushuang had a typhoid because of the impurities in her body and some accumulated toxins that could not be discharged from the body. But after experiencing a typhoid, the body would automatically clean up most of the sediment. This was the body's self-defense function, and even the cultivators could not change it. This process, as an alchemist, was easy to understand for Yang Chen. The only thing he did not understand was why Shi Wushuang had this change at this stage. Perhaps it was because Shi Wushuang's vitality was too strong, sharing life with 24 Penglai divine with demons, which was a vitality that even Yang Chen could not look up to. It could be called Penglai divine wood because it was a spiritual thing between heaven and earth. The vitality contained in each Penglai divine would exceeded that of a zenith heaven golden immortal. 24 Penglai divine with demons shared life with Shi Wushuang. According to Yang Chen's estimation, Shi Wushuang's vitality at the moment had definitely surpassed that of a zenith heaven golden immortal, and may even reach the level of 10,000 tribulations true immortal, so such a change would occur. If there was no explanation from brother Li Cheng, perhaps Yang Chen would be like an ordinary cultivator, regarding the bottleneck or illness that would only appear at that realm as a tribulation in cultivation. But now, Yang Chen did not have to think about it in such a complicated way. Wasn't it just the accumulation of various impurities? Then he would take the initiative to let his body fall ill. Just like Shi Wushuang, wouldn't it be very easy to adjust his body with a little pain? Many people in the mortal world would take the initiative to give their children small doses of medicine every 6 to 6 months to clear away the accumulated food in their bodies. Then the children would become healthier. How similar was this process to what Shi Wushuang and brother Li Cheng had described? Moreover, there were similarities in the theory. Yang Chen thought about it and felt that this simple method could achieve the same effect. For practitioners, this tribulation would only appear when they reached the level of innumerable tribulation true immortals. But once it appeared, it would be a great tribulation. If they were not careful in dealing with it, their primordial qi would be greatly damaged. There were so many 10,000 tribulation true immortals in the immortal world. Why did so many of them get pregnant and have children at that level? It was probably because they had not survived this tribulation. This could also be referenced by the mortals in the mortal world. Many healthy mortals would not fall ill for a long time, but once they did, it would be a serious illness. Because of the accumulation of various impurities in their bodies over a long period of time, a simple quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. On the contrary, some people who would have a fever, cough, and sneeze every once in a while would not suddenly have a serious illness. Because of the frequent minor illnesses, not only would the accumulated poison in the body be released, but it would also temper the body's resistance. Compared to those who had been relying on their physique to resist the serious illness, it was much easier. Of course, a minor illness would slightly damage the primordial qi, but the injury was small. Not only could it be easily recovered, but it could also be improved. This might be of little significance to ordinary mortals, but if it was used in cultivation, it would be a cultivation reform that could move even the 10,000 tribulation true immortals. There were so many 10,000 tribulation true immortals in the immortal world who got pregnant and had children. If they were all stuck on this ridge, Yang Chen didn't know how many masters could be saved by this truth. However, it was not enough to just know the reason. It had to be put into practice. Don't look at how Yang Chen was now able to observe the most subtle structure of his own body, but how the internal operation of the body was not clear to him. Anyway, this was the time for Madame Bai and the others to collect merits. Yang Chen would certainly not be stupid enough to go out and destroy it, let alone fight with Madame Bai for anything. Now he had more merits than he could spend, so there was no need to covet the little bit of merit that Ancestor Lu had carefully arranged for Madame Bai. If Ancestor Lu knew that the merit he had painstakingly collected for Madame Bai was only a little bit from Yang Chen, it was unknown whether Ancestor Lu would directly beat up Yang Chen in exasperation. The refining of the demon realm was managed by Gong Sunling, and the third primordial spirit was enough. Yang Chen could just test whether his idea was correct or not. What he saw from Shi Wushuang should be that Shi Wushuang was getting healthier after a minor illness, but she was only one person after all. In addition, the Penglai divine with demons did not seem to be persuasive, so Yang Chen still needed more experiments. Back to Yang Chen's old profession, alchemy. However, this time it was not a healing and nourishing pill. On the contrary, it was a pill to clear the stasis and purge the internal heat. Because the cultivation of Yang Chen's family had reached the late abstruse immortal and peak abstruse immortal, Yang Chen even had to carry out high-grade refining in order for the medicinal materials to be effective. At their level of cultivation, ordinary medicinal herbs with slight laxatives or even minor toxins would not be able to affect their bodies. To achieve the effect, it could only be strengthened 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Yang Chen never thought that one day he would refine this kind of poison. He had never had such an experience. Not to mention Yang Chen. Even if it was other alchemy masters, they rarely had such an experience. On the contrary, many fierce demons in the demon sects studied more about this. Therefore, it was extremely rare for Yang Chen to let Lady Fanghua and 30 concubines accompany him in alchemy. After all, they came from Yin Yang Demon School. They still had some experience in this regard and could guide Yang Chen. In the pill room of the Dragon Palace, Lady Fanghua and the other women heard Yang Chen's request to refine this kind of poison. They all stared with their eyes wide and couldn't imagine it. If Yang Chen was refining a powerful poison, it would be fine, but Yang Chen only asked for a little toxicity that could make people vomit and have diarrhea for a period of time. This was really strange. However, although it was inconceivable, none of the women objected. Their husband's authority in alchemy was not something they could easily shake. Since he wanted to refine such a thing, there must be his reason. What the women could do was to cooperate with Yang Chen to refine this kind of thing. Chapter 2390. The prescription chosen by Yang Chen was a very common prescription in the mortal world for clearing silt and eliminating internal heat. But all the medicinal herbs chosen were the best and strongest. Yang Chen knew that these were not enough to affect him, so he deliberately added some medicinal herbs suggested by Lady Fanghua and the other women. Knowing that this was what their husband wanted to take, the women were very cautious in the selection of medicinal herbs. They didn't know what Yang Chen was going to do. As for Yang Chen's explanation to them that he really wanted to clear the silt and eliminate internal heat, they didn't believe it at all. With her husband's cultivation level and powerful body refining technique, wouldn't it be a joke if he still needed to use the method of mortals in the mortal world? Just from the thoughts of the women, Yang Chen could understand why no cultivator had ever thought of this method before. Even Big Brother Li Qing only knew the reason, but did not say any solution. Sometimes, when one stood too high, it was easy to not see clearly what was under one's feet. Since when did the high and mighty cultivators put the wisdom of mortals in their eyes? Yang Qin firmly remembered this lesson in his heart and became more and more immersed in the process of refining the poison. Because he had never had such an experience, Yang Qin had to keep the medicinal pills refined for each revolution as a backup. The prerequisite was the appropriate amount of medicinal pills. If the toxicity was too strong, it would probably cause great harm to the cultivator's body, which would not be good. This kind of medicinal pill was almost not difficult for Yang Qin. The difficult part was to master the dosage and refining the revolution. Soon, Yang Chen had a lot of medicinal pills refined with different revolutions in his hands. Yang Qin didn't know how much medicinal pills were suitable, so he could only start with the lowest first revolution medicinal pill. He would take one first, and if it was useless, he would take 2 or 3. Basically, as long as it could take effect within 5 pills, Yang Chen would treat it as suitable. Unfortunately, first revolution medicinal pills basically had no effect on Yang Chen, so Yang Chen began to try second revolution medicinal pills. It was still limited to 5 pills. If it was not enough, he would change to 3 pills. Yang Chen's body was too strong. The second level of Kwa Yi's body refining technique had already surpassed most of the cultivators in the immortal realm. Even many of the true immortals who had undergone innumerable tribulations could not compare with him. Even the 7th revolution pill could not make Yang Chen feel even a little bit uncomfortable. In this regard, Yang Chen was also very speechless. If he had known that this would happen, he would have directly used the 8 revolution pill instead of wasting so much time. Although he was grumbling, Yang Chen rested for a while and began to consume the 8 revolution pill. This time, it finally made Yang Chen feel a little bit. 1 pill was not enough to make Yang Chen uncomfortable, but it was enough to make him feel a little dizzy. Seeing that it worked, Yang Chen did not hesitate to take the 2nd and 3rd pill. At the same time, the rank 8 internal inspection liquid was slowly injected into Yang Chen's body from the blood vessels. This was the advantage of being an alchemist. He had a greater say in the control of medicinal properties. These were all pills refined by him. No matter how strong the effect was, it would only cause him to vomit and have diarrhea for a few days. It would not kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen was very relieved. The 8 revolution pill was really powerful. The 3 pills worked together, and Yang Chen's stomach suddenly turned over. A strong feeling of discomfort almost made Yang Chen want to vomit. Beads of sweat appeared on his head, which was rare. Lady Fanghua and the other women looked at their husband nervously. They could not understand why their husband was asking for trouble like this. However, in combination with Shi Wushuang's previous coma, they all agreed that their husband might be looking for what kind of poison would cause such harm to Shi Wushuang. He was looking for evidence of his crime. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. His eyes were a little dazzled, and his body temperature began to rise. Yang Chen endured the discomfort and waited for the pill to have the greatest effect. This was just the beginning. The ideal situation was to have a high fever and then recover quickly. The internal inspection liquid began to work. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness immediately entered his body and began to carefully explore the changes in his body. Sure enough, the most subtle structural activities in the body had changed and were much more intense than before. Although it was impossible to see if there were any impurities precipitated out for the time being, it was obvious that every structure had increased its vitality. But on the whole, Yang Chen was already very uncomfortable. His body temperature had risen to the point of burning his hands, and then there was a strong desire to defecate. This was the first time that Yang Chen had encountered this in his thousands of years of cultivation. In the past, even if he took the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, he just fell into a deep sleep. The body would naturally expel the impurities and wait until he woke up to wash it. He never had the urge to vomit and have diarrhea. But now Yang Chen, who was in the late Xian immortal stage, had these 2 feelings. Feeling that he couldn't stop, Yang Chen had vomited and had diarrhea 4 or 5 times in a row, but he still couldn't stop it. Fortunately, apart from these, Yang Chen was only hot and his mind was still normal. Lady Fanghua and the women were also watching nervously, but they did not interfere much. This was the feeling brought by his own initiative to take the medicine, and he was not really being plotted against. Moreover, all the medicinal materials were very clear to everyone. They were all selected by themselves one by one, and the biggest consequence was this, so no one would panic. Yang Chen did not take the right medicine to recover, but relied on his own body to survive. The uncomfortable state lasted for half a month, and Gao Yu and the others were alarmed. If it wasn't for knowing that Yang Chen was looking for his own sin, it was estimated that Gao Yu would find Lady Fanghua to settle accounts. This was the woman that Yang Chen loved the most, and she couldn't stand Yang Chen being a little sad. Half a month later, Yang Chen recovered. Although the fever and vomiting and diarrhea for half a month made Yang Chen a little tired at first, but after just one cultivation session, Yang Chen noticed a difference in his body. His body became very refreshing, and it was very similar to the feeling after taking the 4C's mysterious coral liquid for the first time. It was a kind of refreshing relaxation. When cultivating, there was an indescribable feeling of carefreeness, as if the golden body secret art had become a lot easier. The realm was easily improved from close to the peak of Immortal. He really entered the peak of Immortal. It was as if he was just a little bit away at the time, and then he was gently pushed by someone behind him, and he passed the threshold. It was easy, comfortable, simple, and incredible. It worked. Yang Chen could be completely sure from his own body that this method really worked. This was not only a little survival wisdom of mortals, but also a method suitable for cultivators. A long time ago, Yang Chen understood that the Great Way was simple, and it was not so complicated. Now, it was confirmed by the changes in his body. The cleverness of ordinary people could solve the big problem of an innumerable tribulation true immortal at the critical moment. Moreover, it was a precaution in advance, which was much better than having a headache when the problem was about to happen. Chapter 2391. The pill recipe that Yang Chen had tested himself could not be called a pill recipe in the world of cultivators. It was clearly a kind of accumulation pill used by mortals in the mortal world. It added several kinds of medicinal herbs with stronger efficacy to purge the fire and eliminate the accumulation. It did not seem worthwhile to give it a new name in the cultivation world. However, Yang Chen still solemnly gave this elixir a new name with Lady Fanghua and the other women, the barrier-removing elixir. The name was a little exaggerated. It sounded like the elimination of karma and the elimination of mental obstacles, but the effect did not seem to be exaggerated. Just as Yang Chen thought before, the Great Way was the simplest, and this elixir achieved this step. It was really a simple principle, but it could benefit an infinite tribulation true immortal. Yang Chen had used it himself, and the next step was naturally to use it on his wives, concubines, relatives, and friends. The only trouble was that everyone's physique and cultivation were different, so the effect of the elixir needed was also different. For those who were more sensitive, as long as the 5 turns barrier-removing elixir could work, and for those who had a good foundation, they needed to reach the 7 turns to cause symptoms. At least among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, none of them needed to use the 8 turns barrier-removing elixir. The most powerful one, Zhou Xianying, only needed 5/7 turns barrier-removing elixir to make her whole body hot. This was not completely related to the cultivation, and the different degree of adaptation of the individual's body would also cause the same result. It did not mean that those with a high cultivation circle were excellent. Under the personal supervision of Yang Chen, the women took turns to take the barrier-removing elixir. After a period of discomfort, they recuperated and had a relaxed feeling as if they had been reborn. Although the performance was not as exaggerated as Yang Chen's immediate improvement in the realm, the flow of spiritual power in the meridians and body seemed to be a little easier during cultivation. As Yang Chen expected, he had not felt such pain and discomfort for thousands of years. After suddenly experiencing it once, it was really like dispelling the clouds and seeing the sun. It was very mysterious. When Yang Chen found Big Brother Li Cheng again, he carried a barrier-dispelling pill recipe with him and asked Big Brother Li Cheng for guidance. Li Cheng looked at the serious look on Yang Chen's face and took a look at the jade slip that recorded the pill recipe. He almost threw it back at Yang Chen. Such an ordinary pill formula that could not be any more ordinary. Could not be any more ordinary. Dared to take it out and let a ninth-grade alchemist correct it? If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen was usually reliable and never had any big problems with his principles, Li Cheng might really have sent Yang Chen back. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Big Brother Li Cheng held the jade slip in his hand and twitched, as if it would appear on Yang Chen in the next moment. He clenched his teeth and asked, "Who are you going to insult with such a lousy prescription? 9 revolution refinement. Your wife has a fever, but you also have a fever? Did you burn your brain? Big Brother, have you ever noticed that there are many such things in the mortal world?" Yang Chen said unhurriedly. At the same time, he had already taken out the wine and wine glasses, filled them, and put them down. The two sat opposite each other and began to drink. After saying his own opinion, Yang Chen also said the performance of himself and his family these days. Li Cheng was relatively casual at first, but the more he listened, the more serious he became. His whole person became a little more solemn. His eyebrows began to wrinkle slightly, and he began to think carefully. When Yang Chen finished, Big Brother Li Cheng also fell into deep thought. "I am known for being omniscient in the world, but I never thought there was such a simple way." After a long time, Big Brother Li Cheng's face finally showed a smile. He reached out and picked up the wine glass in front of him. He said to Yang Chen, "What you said makes sense. The great Tao is simple, but I take it for granted." After drinking it, he laughed out loud. Just as he was about to say something, he couldn't help but laugh out loud again. "So it's that simple. Say, if Madame Bai knew that the reason he spent so much effort to arrange for Madame Bai to go down to the lower realm to earn merit points was actually solved by taking a few pills like yours every few 100 or 1,000 years, what do you think he would think?" I really want to see the expression on his face. Big Brother Li Cheng laughed heartily, his eyes already drifting to who knows where, as if he was looking at Patriarch Lu's expression. This was the first time Yang Chen learned of Patriarch Lu's reason for sending Madame Bai down to the lower realm. If it was just to gain some merit, with Patriarch Lu's ability, how could he not gain a lot of merit in the immortal world? In the end, sealing her cultivation and sending her down to the spirit realm were all to avoid Madame Bai's calamity. As for how Patriarch Lu knew that Madame Bai would face this calamity, this question didn't need to be asked. With Patriarch Lu's ability, how could he not see Madame Bai's state? However, since Big Brother Li Cheng understood the reason for that state, how could he not think of a solution? "Because I cultivated from the mortal world to the spiritual world. I only understood it when you asked." Big Brother Li Cheng was not afraid that Yang Chen knew something he didn't know. He replied very straightforwardly, "Of course, it is also due to the internal inspection fluid you refined. If it wasn't for that, I still wouldn't understand." Yang Chen's internal inspection fluid could only be refined to the 8th grade. It could allow Yang Chen to explore the most basic structure of the body, but it couldn't be explored if it was smaller. But this was not a problem for Big Brother Li Cheng. He was a 9th grade pill refiner. He knew the formula of the internal inspection fluid. It was easy to refine the 9 revolutions, internal inspection fluid. It was normal for him to see places that Yang Chen couldn't. What I told you before is still a bit simple. Since it was said, Big Brother Li Cheng didn't mind letting Yang Chen know more. In fact, it's far more than the accumulation of impurities in the body. All kinds of negative emotions and all kinds of yin qi between heaven and earth are all related. It's the demonic qi and monster qi, right? Yang Chen directly took over the conversation and asked. Yes. Li Cheng was stunned for a moment, then remembered that Yang Chen was now an expert in this area. He nodded heavily. In the past, the one who tried to send the demonic chi and monster chi to the demon realm and the monster realm, was to reduce the impact of this aspect for the cultivators of the immortal realm as much as possible. It is also a great merit. It is a great merit for the predecessors, but it is a great disaster for the future generations. Yang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The great man who came up with this method had good intentions, but it was at the cost of sacrificing the well-being of the future generations for the welfare of the predecessors. It was said that it was a merit, but it was not perfect enough. In your barrier-dispelling pill, if you can add a little enough concentration of demonic chi and monster chi, it can make the cultivator feel that kind of discomfort, but it won't affect the cultivation base. Then it's basically almost the same. Li Cheng finally gave Yang Qin a little advice and let him perfect his barrier-dispelling pill. Chapter 2392. Yang Qin and his family had a basic resistance to the devil chi and monster chi. Even if they went to the immortal realm, they would not be affected. Therefore, they could really eliminate the accumulated fire by taking the simplest bottleneck-dispelling pill. But not all practitioners were like Yang Qin and his family, who had such resistance to the devil chi and monster chi. Therefore, Brother Li Cheng's reminder was very accurate. In addition, only Yang Qin could add a high concentration of devil chi and monster chi into the bottleneck-dispelling pill. The devil realm had been completely refined by Gong Sunling. Even if others wanted it, they might not have it, unless they had magic weapons like Yang Chen's 9 Serenities flying sword. However, only the disciples of the Zhao family had the opportunity to have devil chi and monster chi at the same time. Practitioners in the spiritual realm basically had no chance to have contact with a high concentration of monster chi. This was not difficult for Yang Qin. He could do it easily. In less than a month, Brother Li Cheng got the complete prescription of the bottleneck-dispelling pill and the 8 turns bottleneck-dispelling pill with devil chi and monster chi. According to Brother Li Cheng's requirements, the devil chi and monster chi in the 8 turns bottleneck-dispelling pill were so high that they could directly affect practitioners at the level of tribulation true immortal. However, the total amount was strictly controlled. It could not exceed the time of 10 breaths. In other words, the monster chi and devil chi could only affect practitioners for 10 breaths. The purpose was to arouse some negative emotions and the dark side of cultivation. It was not to make them sink into depravity. This was enough. Of course, this was the ratio of the 8 turns bottleneck-dispelling pill for tribulation true immortals. The lower the refining level, the less monster chi and devil chi, and the lower the concentration. All right, make a large batch of these pills and give a few to each of Madame Bai and the others. Brother Li Cheng finally nodded with satisfaction. The pills Yang Chen made were enough for Madame Bai and the others. In other words, even if Madame Bai and the maids could not save the spiritual realm, they could still solve the problems in the immortal realm. Yang Chen was now eagerly anticipating Madame Bai and the others' expressions when they returned to the immortal world and saw Ancestor Lu. He believed that Ancestor Lu would be very surprised when he saw them. Big brother, when Madame Bai wants to see Ancestor Lu, you have to bring us along. There were definitely not many times where he could see Ancestor Lu's wonderful expression. No matter what, he couldn't miss it. Yang Chen immediately asked Big Brother Li Cheng for help. As for why Big Brother Li Cheng would be able to see that scene, Yang Chen didn't need to ask. As long as Big Brother Li Cheng wanted to, he would definitely be able to see it. I have to prepare well. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Brother Li Cheng didn't refuse. He thought for a while with interest and nodded his head. Although he didn't say much, the elated expression on his face betrayed his thoughts. Yang Chen didn't ask elder brother Li Cheng whether he had taken the medicine or not. Elder brother Li Cheng was a 9th grade alchemist. He didn't need to do anything at all. Maybe elder brother Li Cheng had already taken the 9 Revolutions barrier-dispelling pill. This pill, when do you plan to make it public? After deciding something in the immortal world, elder brother Li Cheng was in a good mood and asked casually, "There's no need to do so in the spiritual world, right?" Yang Chen replied subconsciously, "Even if Shou Sheng is still alive, he probably can't see the benefits of this barrier-dispelling pill. Selling goods to those who know them. We'll talk about it after we get to the immortal world." "That's right." Elder brother Li Cheng agreed with Yang Chen's statement. He nodded and suddenly said, "Maybe you can use this to exchange for another piece of land for Chunyang Palace." Yang Chen really had this plan, so he didn't feel embarrassed when elder brother Li Cheng said it. Apart from the ancestor of Chunyang Palace, no one else could ascend to the immortal world. In his previous life, when Yang Chen ascended to the immortal world, he didn't see the ancestor. He didn't know if he died or lived in seclusion. Anyway, the orthodoxy of Chunyang Palace had been completely lost. He was alone, and he was abused by the Shantian sect. Naturally, there was no need for a territory. Naturally, this life was very different. Chunyang Palace had the foundation of a super sect in the mortal world and the spiritual world. If it was managed well, it would be a new super sect in the future. A good foundation, of course, needed a good territory. After ascending, he had to find a place to settle down first. With this barrier-dispelling pill, the territory of Chunyang Palace in the immortal world would be settled. He didn't dare to say that he could get a territory comparable to that of a super sect, but there must be a lot of empty territories in the immortal world now. For example, the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demons sect must have been strangled by other sects. It was not impossible to find a suitable place to open up in their territory. The matter of the immortal world was still far away, and there was still a hurdle to pass. If he couldn't get rid of the Zhao family, ascending was just a dream. Yang Chen would certainly not do the kind of thing where he ascended and let the later generations solve the problem. Since he had caught up, he had to solve the problem well. Here, Yang Chen and brother Li Cheng had just determined the final formula of the barrier-dispelling pill. On the other side, the spiritual world also ushered in their biggest headache. As Yang Chen had reminded them before, there were 7 bridgeheads of the Zhao family refining the spiritual world. They appeared in 7 directions, one after another. However, because of Yang Chen's advance warning, the latter 4 were all discovered in advance and taken precautions in advance. As soon as the Zhao family's breath appeared, it was attacked by countless cultivators. It was a good thing to seize the initiative, but there was no way for the Joint Command to solve the problem of the spiritual world being refined once and for all. As soon as the Zhao family's breath appeared, it was a good thing, but it couldn't completely suppress the Zhao family to the point of being unable to fight back. At most, it could only greatly slow down the speed of the Zhao family refining the spiritual world. The Zhao family's cultivators appeared in the first 3 locations, and the prepared Joint Command masters immediately attacked them. The problem was that those 3 locations were refined. As long as the Zhao family's cultivators could retreat to those areas in times of crisis, the experts of the spiritual world couldn't do anything to them. On the contrary, the cultivators of the spiritual world didn't have such benefits. Once they failed, the consequences would be serious injuries, even if they didn't die. In the end, the cultivators of the spiritual world had no choice but to use a concentrated defensive array to surround those areas. A very embarrassing situation appeared at the scene. The spirit realm clearly had the advantage in numbers, and the Zhao family was surrounded and had a small territory. However, the Zhao family continued to attack, and the Joint Command could only adopt a defensive stance. There was nothing they could do. The remaining Golden Immortal experts were all separated to guard 7 points. Each point was guarded by a Golden Immortal expert, and the rest were used as mobile reinforcements. It seemed to be stabilized, but everyone understood that once the Zhao family concentrated on a certain point, 1 or 2 Golden Immortal experts wouldn't be able to defend at all. The Zhao family could change the point of attack at any time, but the Joint Command had to defend every point. The experts were exhausted and fell into a great passive state. At this time, someone remembered Gong Suanling's geographical map of mountains and rivers.